Well, hello there. Hello there. Good morning. Good morning. Happy weekend, everyone. Hello. Let's turn this music down a little. How are we doing? How are we this Saturday morning? Hope you had a good couple of days. Sorry no stream yesterday. All will become clear. Big things going on here at Ninja Pools. In a slightly infuriating but also excellent way. Alright, let's turn down the music now. Welcome back. Hope you guys are all having a kick-ass weekend so far. Let's see who we got in chat here. Hey! Oh, thank you for the follow. We got Ahelt. Hello. How's it going? The Awesomest Ruler, greetings. Hello there. Insomnia Aaron, doing good. Awesome. And Snooski, thank you for the follow. Belorda, good morning. Morning. Snooski saying booyah on YouTube as well. Hello, good morning. Gonna swap over to Twitch. I missed you already. And here you are again. Excellent. Speaking of missing things, yeah, I missed yesterday's stream. I genuinely, I felt the fact that we weren't on. As you can probably hear, this freaking flu, it just won't quit. I've got to give it. I feel it's like the Dark Knight scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I beat this thing very, very quickly. Like I felt. I've caught this thing that my wife brought home. Great. The next morning, I was confident I'd already whooped its ass, but good. But the damn thing just won't accept defeat. It's just like lying there on the floor, crawling around, grabbing at my ankles for the last week and a bit. I'm getting tired of this shit, man. Getting tired of stomping on that dude's head. That's what it feels like. So, yeah, I don't actually feel ill. Haven't felt ill in several days at all. But it's still preventing me from doing good voiceovers and good streamer voice. I just can't do it. Just can't do it. Anyway, welcome and good morning. Enough about me. Erin, hello. And Alexera, hello. How you doing? There's always a second boss phase. Yeah, that's it. There's just a second phase to it. Maybe that's the analogy I should have gone for. There I go making movie references, and Erin just brings me straight back to the real world of gaming. Grey Kirk, hello, good morning. And I'm invincible. You're a loony. I do love that. It's a great example of, like, if you were to write those lines down, talking about Monty Python again now, it's just a flesh wound. Look, I've had worse. You liar. All of that stuff. If you were to write that down on paper and show it to someone, they'd be like, okay, I guess that's fine. What is that? What's that for? But the delivery of it is such exaggerated Englishness. Brilliant. And Luzotron, hello, hi. And good morning, Eggbirds. Give it up for Eggbirds, everyone. How you doing, man? Friend of the guild. Friend of the Khan, I should say. Hope you've had an excellent week, sir. Anox, the fact that the Lazy Rick Crafter box is off-center really bothers me. Let's have a look. The Lazy Rick Crafter box. Oh, you mean when I'm at the station? Yeah, I think it is supposed to be off-center, so it doesn't interfere with certain UI elements. Will it come up if I do this or no? I'd have to relog to another character. But yeah, we are going to be doing a little bit of that today. A little bit of chillage. You know, writs, surveys, that kind of thing. I'm so behind. And that is easy stuff for me to do while we shoot the breeze. Yeah, the tab that shows the material count, etc. I'll now say a word the automod should definitely flag. Nee. One of my favorite bits of that entire movie, Ahelt, is when there is only one problem. We are no longer the knights who say nee. And there's a little guy in the background who goes nee. Just a little head, like popping in the corner of the screen. We are now the knights who say eke patang, or whatever the fuck. I don't know the line. I love the movie. I do not know it off by heart. Okay. And then there's just another guy in the background going nee. Are you saying nee to that old woman? Brilliant. Alright, enough about this. Let's get out of this bit right away. Otherwise, we'll be here quoting Monty Python all freaking weekend, and we don't want that. Nah. It's not the kind of stream. Stop saying the word! Yeah, exactly. It didn't do it, did it? Valora. Alexera, yeah. So, this was it. You want me to move it? How about that? I don't know, I just assumed that it was there for a reason. Do you have yours in the middle? It could be to do with resolution, screen resolution, and various other things. Let's see if we can censor it up a little bit here. But then I can't see my character. I think that may be the reason. Can't see the guy's ears. I'm surprised that didn't get a react from the dog. Let me try again. Ears. Oh my god. Now she's shot up. She knows that word because she used to have an, I guess it was a fungal infection or a reaction to something. But basically, she had a lot of wax in her ears, poor thing. And they were itchy and uncomfortable. And when it got really bad, it was, like, painful. So we embarked on a... We did allergy testing. We removed everything from her diet except, like, chicken and rice. It's not... No, hang on. It's turkey. It's the hypoallergenic food. So you remove everything and then gradually reintroduce it and see if the allergy comes back. She's not allergic to anything. Yada, yada, yada. Eventually, it just... You know... We cleaned the crap out of her ears, almost literally, like twice a day for a few months, and it seems to have gone now. But to this day, if I say that word, is Mummy gonna clean your ears? Yeah, she's looking at me like, no! Traumatized puppy. And now she's here. Hey, buddy. Hello. Hey, Snooski, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for spending it over here. I didn't actually get the sound effect for that. Hey, Bird's doing well. My week was so-so. Just very tired throughout. Yeah. I guess I know how that feels. Sorry, man. But doing better? Excellent. I'm on my way to a friend to play Magic the Gathering. That sounds terrific. I still don't do any, like, IRL gaming stuff like that. No, any D&D. No card games or any crap like that. None of my friends are cool enough, I guess. None of them are really, like, they do a bit, you know, they all have a console and they'll play, like, Call of Duty. That's about it. Not really gamers, man. Yeah, Alex, I see it. I saw it. I do want to watch it now. Excellent. Hey, Oregon Cake is here. Hello, happy weekend. How you doing? Guys, can we get a shout out for Oregon Cake? If you guys aren't aware of Cake, you know, just prick up your antenna for a moment. She streams quite a lot of ESO. And it's helping people out with, you know, teaching trials and the like. Not an easy thing to do. So go and give her a follow and give her the moral support and courage and fortitude to continue with this stuff next time you're browsing through. Ooh, who's on in the Elder Scrolls Online category? Oh yeah, that's that Orlon cake. Carmen's talking about that. Let's go. Let's go. The cake is not a lie, yeah. Yeah, thank you. You already did a shout out. Thank you, Belorda. Genius. And Alex, yeah, in the middle of the top, I'm weird like that. If not being symmetrical makes me feel uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't think it's super weird. There's a thing that Zos loves to do in this game in a way that I don't really understand. So, there's a certain... Dark Metal must be here. Hey, happy Saturday, dude. How you doing? There's a certain pleasure in a video game when you get, like, you know, a perfectly symmetrical environment. Zos love to fuck with us with things like this, right? That they will put a certain element slightly off center in a way that is just infuriating. This is a good one. This is a good example of it being perfect. But I think especially for housing people, it can be a real like, it's very annoying. You got this one thing that is not not quite right. Sorry for the throat clearing. I will try to mute before I do it, but throat is still misbehaving quite a bit. Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. This is Khan, your regularly scheduled idiot who got himself a cold in late November. Regularly scheduled idiot. That is a good name for a Twitch channel. Everyone's saying, hey. Call or duty? Yeah, Call of Doo-Doo. On a cake. I'm doing good. Somebody bet me Elden Ring. I couldn't get DB in 2 weeks. Got it night 1. This is Dawnbringer, right? I mean, you get Dawnbringer, it could take you 2 years or 2 hours, depending on who you go in there with. That's amazing. Nice. Cake, the baker has been summoned. How's everyone doing? I think we're doing alright, Dark Metal. How are you, sir? Speaking of metal, my hair is being very, very weird. I think I went... For those who don't know, don't let this disappoint you, but I'm a Danishman with long hair, alright? I can get away with it. Don't have to work in an office anymore. And during lockdown, I mean, I've had long hair earlier in my life as well, but during lockdown, I just kind of let it go. In every sense. And I'm keeping it a little bit more trim now, but it's not just a forest. But yeah, got the long locks. My mates' wives all love it, and it always starts a conversation about, you know, couldn't you have long hair? And it's like, no, he couldn't. Yeah, he got it like I do. Anyway, I think it was because of the weather yesterday. It's just fucking unruly today, so I look like... I don't know what I look like. I look like a really bad band photo from the 80s. Like an 80s thrash metal band that saw what Metallica were doing and thought, oh, that looks easy. Staying away from mirrors. But yeah, Orlon Cake, exciting. Congrats. Casual Dawnbringer there. Got so anxious rating at that level. Sounded like Joe Rogan. No, that's cool. Cool to knock some of these achievements down. You know, they are, a lot of them are more within reach than they've ever been. Like, I should really be in some trifecta groups right now. It's a good time to do it, because they're still fun. There's still challenge, coordination, all of that stuff, but if you're going for certain nukes or, not cheesing your way, but, you know, doing it the simpler way, I'll just overwhelm it with DPS. It's never been easier to do. So, yeah, I encourage you guys to check it out. You know, if there are people in your vicinity getting Griffin Hearts, Dawnbringers, Godslayers done. Especially those earlier ones. Very smart. Oh no, Maya said she was going to remove the Writhing Fortress video. I guess I'll have to do that. Because you guys don't need that anymore. Yeah, it could be fun though. I'm scared playing Elden Ring. Then I'll do TTT for Elden Ring DLC. Or TikTok you'll probably get. literally on your first walk in there. Like it kind of just happens on its own, doesn't it? TikTok. Then again, easy for me to say. All it takes is one person who isn't necessarily a bad player, but just hasn't been playing the game that long, or is new on their role, or whatever. One person like that, and suddenly, throws everything out of whack. Eh, my long-lost friend, where did you go? Lusotro. I'm just picturing sad Picard memes. Yeah. I have a couple of friends who got like MPB, male pattern baldness, really, really early. One of them was my old boss, like in his mid-20s. Just suddenly started happening, and you hear that it's. I think some guys either put on a brave face or just don't really give a shit. But there are clearly some guys for whom it's a big deal, and not a thing that's easy to talk about because it seems very vain. But yeah, Tamriel Trade Center, yeah. TTT. I used to joke that I would make a really sketchy looking character for when I had TikTok. I guess this was back when I'd have to get it on that character, but I'd call it a flip-flop fermenter and just make him like really disgusting and give him like sandals. What? Why is it telling me to make stuff but then not doing anything with? Oh, come on. But yeah, welcome on in. Hope you guys have had a good week. Feel free to tell us about it. Been an interesting one. Had some cool announcements in ESO. We had a patch. We finally got that thing fixed. Hey, look at this. My weapons are now, like, actually held correctly. I'm sure you all noticed it by now, but in case you didn't, that was a thing that happened on Wednesday. Very exciting.
I have a strange egg mate in a Basel.
Getting very close to the Picard haircut. Solid. Good shit. And Lily Dryad, hello. Hey Lily, how you doing? Chancellor's reign supreme once again. Oh, that's your area. I'm not going to intrude. I won't encroach on your brand. Cake. I suppose there's no harm in doing a little bit of a crossover, is there? The ESO Twitch multiverse. What was that, Dark Metal? Not for long? Blood, all my trial runs got cancelled this week. Yes, same. I guess a lot of our trial runs are the same. I had kept me busy getting achievements done. Nice. Lady Dry, Bethesda stream drop is bugged, and Twitch support says I already claimed it. Oh. Rip. Cake and Chancellor's gourd. I'll have to rebrand. Ooh. Picard haircut gets chilly in winter? That is a good point. Then again, I've definitely had summers where the neck sweat if you don't like pony up. A lot of guys with long hair, they don't like to ponytail or whatever. I don't know. I've no problem with it, but you don't always. I'm not organized. I don't always have like a hair elastic in my wallet if I'm rocking the long mane. In the summertime, you can get that, like, wet neck. I'm not even kidding. Yikes. How am I able to claim if the time didn't fill up because it was bugged? I mean... you could try Twitch support, but especially if this is Bethesda. Wait, which drop are you even talking about? I'm completely ignorant of this. Bethesda or like ZOS are usually pretty good when there's something like this. If you can just establish, look, I watched the damn thing, but didn't work for whatever reason, they will usually step in and make sure that you get what you need. Tried relogging, worked for me. Literally sent them a picture of the drop. Damn! On the Q&A stream. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I guess I missed something. That's not a special drop, we're just talking about Ouroboros crates. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, sorry I can't act as tech support. I don't even know what you're talking about. Sorry, Lily. Would love to help. I didn't even realize that had happened. But I've been freaking buried, so I guess I need to come up for air a little more. Speaking of coming up for air, I did write down a couple of basic things. I just wanted to recap the year that we've had in ESO. I know it's not over, but all the big things that were going to happen in 2025 have happened already. So I think we can sit back and muse over what we've been through and what we liked, what we'd like to see them do again in 2026 and beyond, what we'd like to see them do differently or not at all. And there's plenty of that. But it was interesting to me when I put together the list. I thought, well, this is going to be a list of mostly negative stuff. Actually, the list of positives for me was slightly longer. I just think it's less noticeable, right? So the negative things kind of overwhelm it. Like, you could have a movie that you could say a lot of nice things about, but you still didn't like it at the end of the day because of the certain problems you had with it where you couldn't get past them. I thought, I don't know, I thought Tom Hanks was really great in this film, and that the score, the soundtrack was really phenomenal. That's not going to overwhelm the fact that it was directed by an idiot or something like that. I don't know. That's a very imperfect example. But yeah, I thought we'd go over those in just a little bit and talk about the class changes that were announced earlier this week. We hardly know anything, even about the DK, let alone any of the other classes, but we do know quite a bit about what they've said they're going to do and what they're open to doing. So, lose or throne during summer. I never go out without a hat. Sunburn on the head hurts too much. I can imagine, yeah. Bethesda had a stream about the new class changes. Yeah, so I wasn't even able to catch that. I knew it was coming, didn't realize it had already been. And likes to play catch. Hello there. And Small Car, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Lunchtime, Erin, enjoy. Likes to play catch. Good morning, Khan. And hey, everyone in chat. Hey, yourself. How you doing? I'm still a little bit fluey. Doing my best just to power through it. Really, the thing is dead. I killed it very, very quickly, but it just hasn't stopped harassing me. I compared it right at the beginning of the stream, likes to play catch, to the Black Knight in Monty Python. None shall pass. Then gets his ass whooped immediately, but just won't die. You are indeed brave, Sir Knight, but the fight is mine. Chicken. Right, no, we're going down that rubber hole again. And Small Car, hello, I have a question. Can this game run on a potato laptop? My laptop specs are AMD A8 with Radeon R5 8. Doesn't sound like a potato laptop, but yeah, you can get this game to run on pretty old school hardware. Just don't expect too much. If you're doing trials and dungeons and those kind of things where moment to moment, execution of things really matter, yeah, you'll probably struggle. But in terms of just bimbling around in the overworld and doing what I'm doing right now, doing some dailies, it's pretty forgiving. Maya ran this on a really, really old iMac for a while. Because we didn't used to do enough gaming separately. We'd just use one machine. Or we'd be playing a game that was so old it would run on the older shit. Now Maya has a better PC than I do. A little bit frustrating. 'Tis but a scratch, exactly, Catch. You're picking up a way putting down. I could run it on my phone, so it should work. Can we have a Monty Python movie now, please? Yeah, go ahead. Problem is, we'd have to have closed mics, because otherwise, I would just be quoting it the entire time. Like, we did this once with a friend, a guy who Maya hired to do some web design, some web development for her other business, and he was just a fucking legend. Like, we had a bunch of business meetings with him. I did some design work on the website, so he and I hung out quite a bit, and he was just such a nice guy. We ended up inviting him out for a meal after we'd done working together. Whoa. Did you guys see that? My game freaked the fuck out. Anyway, his wife was also really cool, and she and Maya, like, really, really similar people. So, we ended up hanging out with them quite a bit. Turns out, they were big fans of the movie Aliens, and we did, like, a movie night with them, and I don't think any of us heard more than a few seconds of the movie. Because we were all just, like, quoting. Hey, Vasquez, you ever been mistaken for a man? No? Have you? And yet another rabbit hole, there we go. But yeah, we could have a Monty Python night, I guess. I guess the Germans would just be too confused, wouldn't they? What is this thing you call humor? Ich verstehe nicht. Every German just leaves the chat. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. And Jacques Boyen, hello from South Africa. Hello, how you doing? Greetings. Hope you're having a good weekend. 50 people stopped following Alien 2. Yeah, don't call it that. But yeah, small car, I hope that was helpful. With the question there about the hardware. I mean, best thing to do is to try it. It is a very large game, I'll say that. So if the specs on the machine are quite minimal, are you going to have 106 gig free to run the thing? It's just a very big game. Can't just made all the glyphs. Exactly. No, just 49. I'm staying. Nice. How about Alien Second Coming? I don't know what that is. Is that a thing? Small called Lily Dried. Wow, really? I have the game, but I doubt I can run it. We'll download it tonight then. Thanks. I don't think it actually... A phone version doesn't exist. Lily Dried's just saying, I could run it on my phone if I needed to. But yeah, provided your laptop has those kind of specs, you should be fine. The game is very undemanding. It doesn't require massive GPU, but it can be a little bit CPU heavy. Tends to be CPU limited. I think that's fair to say. But yeah, let's, this isn't an official list. I'm not, like, necessarily going to send this to Zos or whatever, but if I have something that I think is useful, I might post it somewhere. But I thought, let's just go over the seasons of the Worm Cult, 2025, in general. What we liked, you know, what, Zos, you're welcome to do more of that. Yes, please. But how about you don't do this again? You know, in the politest possible way. I want to go through some of those things. Just because you can call someone from your laptop doesn't make it a phone. Yeah. A cat can have kittens in the oven, but that don't make them biscuits. I've really mangled that accent, but you know what I mean. Alright, so I put in the pros column. Now this is subjective. Some of these are subjective, but if they are subjective points, don't argue with me. Alright, please. Feel free to say, nah, I didn't like that personally. But I'm not going to change what it says here just because somebody didn't like something that I did. Obviously. So, the zone. I thought the zone was solid. It wasn't amazing. Solstice. Particularly the second half. The eastern half, I think, is much more dramatic and cool. But even the first half, I was happy with. You know, it was done well enough. It felt... There was enough interesting overlap. You know, an island of exiles. The elves, the Argonians, the Nords over here. On Shore's Stand. thought the world building, the feel of the place, it's no Apocrypha, you know, visually. But I guess we don't need it to be. A lot of people didn't like Westweald because it was so over the top with the jungle and the bright orange autumnal vibes of the rest of the area. I kind of dig it, but it does make it feel more like a video game, if that makes sense. The more levers that you pull to make it visually overwhelming. I don't know, there's a sweet spot there. Like, we were playing Enshrouded a few times recently on the stream, and loads of comments on how beautiful it looks. And it's because of those moments of the light playing on a hillside or coming through the leaves of the forest. It's that subtle stuff which you cannot sit down and design from a visual standpoint. It's just the engine has to do the work. And then you get these moments where you turn around a corner and the sun is just right as it's coming across the glade. It's like, holy crap, that looks amazing. That looks like a painting. I could hit print screen right now and put that on my wall. I think that's often the stuff that makes areas in an Elder Scrolls single-player game come to life. You know, you get those vistas, those moments, and they can be scripted to a degree, of course. But yeah. Eggbird's on a 20 stream streak. That's amazing, man. It worked! This message always bugged out until now. Hey! Have you finished Eastern Solstice? Yeah, of course. Of course I have. Got a video on it coming right up. Speaking of which, have you guys seen? I did do a video. See if I can find the damn thing. Did just do a video on the Worm Cult, the story of the Worm Cult from this year. Part 1. That's probably the longer of the two. Yeah, look at that. What do you think of that thumb? I was pretty pleased with that. The one at the top there. Yes, alright, I did use AI a little bit, but give me a break. I cannot afford to hire an artist. But yeah, check that out. It is 40 minutes. So this is... but I highly recommend it, whether or not you've played it. It does technically have spoilers, but I don't think it's going to ruin anything for you. I think, if anything, you'll probably enjoy Western Solstice more after having watched that. Because I do the hard work, I do all the heavy lifting, and put all of the little pieces together. Gonna be really excited to see where the story goes from here. Right, you're talking about the little coda at the end of Eastern Solstice. I thought that was quite cleverly done. It was weird. It really got my attention. But the way that it is left hanging, I think they want you to feel like, is this a thread that they're going to pick up right away, or is it just going to be there and we can revisit it in future? And yeah, I'm not going to say anything about that. That will be in the video, the next one. But yeah, if you've been wondering, this is one of the things I've been so busy with. A video like this, I've had to fact check everything. We actually had to send it... So this was sponsored by Bethesda UK. They actually had to send it to ZeniMax because they changed the brief a little bit. And Maya and I sent some ideas of, oh, okay, you know, we could do this, this, and that. And they asked for a recap of the Seasons of the Worm Cult story. That was a really good idea. Unfortunately, of course, it's incredibly detailed. And because it's not fresh, none of these characters are new. You know, there are a couple of characters that we meet, you know, like Mid-Conjurer Mermal, what's her name, the Regent, Corinway, and there's an Argonian in the eastern part of Solstice. Those three characters are fresh. And I guess Wormblood is a new guy. everyone else has got, like, not only a history in this game, but a storied history. So all the events, the people, the places, they've got all this history that's either been written, you know, for this year, or has been established over the last decade. Darian and Gabrielle, for one thing. I was amazed going back. Like, I knew about their love story, and obviously I was paying attention, but I'd forgotten how many times it comes up. They've gone back to ring that bell like 4 times in the last decade. So this is actually... I don't think they've planned it that meticulously, but clearly they have been working this angle. And they've been bringing back certain things and making sure we are kept familiar with characters like Gabrielle, so that when we bring her back for her big thing, or when she's going to be part of a really big story again, they remember, because we bumped into them again. Hey, Adventure, I haven't seen you in a while. It's this kind of thing. Started to do all the Eastern Solstice quests today, and up to now, I like everything, Belora. Excellent. Dropping same topic. Yeah. Focus on side stories of the main story. Only finished the first one. Yeah, I haven't done all the side quests on Solstice, I have to be honest. I haven't done that. One thing that weirded me out. Rigurt the Brash shows up in the main story. But he's got like 2 lines and then he's gone. Correct? And he doesn't come back at all. That feels weird. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. If you've done something and he does show up again, but as far as I'm aware, he literally just is there to say, "Hey, I'm Steve Bloom. I'm great at voice acting. Something about the rabbit meatballs." And then he goes away and he doesn't come back. What do you think of the ending quest? So yeah, you're talking about the coda, right? The one that is after everything's done. And Belorda, I'll always finish all side stories before I finish the zones. I usually go back and do those during or after. But yeah, so, the zone itself. Solstice is beautiful, plausibly developed, and crucially interesting. I think it's solid. It's like a 7 or an 8 out of 10. It's not a 10 out of 10. But I guess we don't need an Apocrypha every year. And was Apocrypha as actually interesting as Solstice? The more you look at, like, there are a lot of layers there for nerdy players to pick up on. And then story, I thought was very strong, actually. There were some ups and downs, but overall, it was one of the better installments we've had in a while. I personally think it's a little bit better than Necrom, Gold Road, High Isle, you know, all of these. It is the grand threat, you know, the big cosmic threat. I don't really get it up for that kind of storytelling. You know, you got to be careful. We always give this example. Star Wars is so much more interesting now when it's not about the Jedi and the Sith. Not because the Jedi or the Sith are boring, it's just that's been done. It's been done very well and over again. And we've seen these other stories which either take a little bit of a twist, like Knights of the Old Republic and the whole Darth Revan thing. This is a bit more interesting. Or The Mandalorian, where it's actually a really long time before any Sith or Jedi even show up. The Bad Batch, one of my favorite Star Wars stories, I think, ever. It's really, really good fun. And there's very little of that lightsaber nonsense in there. It almost makes you more critical of that kind of storytelling. Orsinium is that for me. Hrothgar is that for me in ESO. It just highlights how slightly absurd and a little bit tired the whole Daedra are invading Tamriel. That it's such a trope. Such a trope. So, yeah, be careful with banging that gong over and over again, I would say. I think the Athelia storyline is an example of doing it a little bit differently, but still, I just thought it was lovely with Hrothgar and Orsinium to just get away from that completely. There's literally none of that. So yeah, while Solstice was in many ways a return to the Daedra are invading, it wasn't quite that simple, and it was done so well that I didn't mind. And part of why it was done really well was that the characters were already established. There was history with a lot of these. I got a very angry YouTube comment from someone saying, "What are you talking about? The writing is shit. They didn't bring any of the companions back. Manamako betrays Molag Bal and then is using his Daedra. Like, it doesn't make any sense." And I was like, okay, you obviously haven't paid any attention at all, but I can see where those complaints came from. But I did wonder, like, what do they mean by the companions? Because, well, 2 of them are gone. Sai Sahan, they brought him back, and he's just not that interesting a character. The voiceover is great, he looks cool, he ought to be really, really fun, but I don't know, he just feels too finished as a character. Like, the struggles that he's been through are over. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel like an interesting individual to sort of bump up against when you're telling a story. So Lyris is like the only one they could bring back. And as I politely pointed out to this person, do not, like, read the fucking news. I didn't say it like that, of course. But do you not know anything? Is a great example of a little bit of knowledge is a very dangerous thing. Because this person is obviously blissfully unaware of one of the biggest things which has affected the entire video game industry for the last couple of years. The SAG-AFTRA strike. They obviously knew nothing about this. Which means they obviously don't do a great job of staying up to date. Jennifer Hale was one of the, like, spearheads of that whole strike. So for her to drop everything and go, yeah, I'm just going to go back to Bethesda and do some, Lyris voiceovers for, that MMO. But yeah, solidarity, people. That was never going to fucking happen. Give me a break. So I don't know the details, but I think it's generally understood that Jennifer Hale was not available to do Lyris, otherwise they would have brought Lyris back. And there are jokes about it in the Solstice storyline. That, Lyris, wasn't available. They literally say that. So I thought it was a little bit uncomfortable, actually, the way that Walks and Ash is clearly just being subbed in from the bench. I felt bad for that character. But, yeah, so I do understand there are some omissions. We got Raz, that was cool. And Scordo. But like Azar and Walks and Ash, maybe people are scratching their heads a little bit like, why these guys? But I liked it. I thought they made hay with what they had. What do you guys think? And I kind of like the atmosphere of Apocrypha's story, but the whole let's bring in a new Daedric prince no one has ever heard of, then send them away to never be seen again, kind of bugged me a little. Yeah, it's an awkward starting point, but it's an intriguing concept. It's a little bit like making prequels. There's an inherent problem that let's say, let's go back to Star Wars because we just talked about it. Say in those prequel movies, the Ewan McGregor Obi-Wan character, we know Obi-Wan is fine in movie number 4. The original Star Wars. We know he's fine. So we can never really feel that worried for his character. It's not that those movies have way bigger problems. Actually, that isn't a deal breaker or anything. But do you know what I mean? It means you cannot do a scene where Obi-Wan is in serious jeopardy. You just can't really do it because it won't have that punch. It's a big problem with prequels, that you will often have these beloved characters return. You get to tell some sort of origin story, but usually turns out to be not as interesting. And then you're lumbered with the dramatic inertia that, well, we can't create a great deal of tension here because people know what the end point is going to be. That's been established long before we started telling this story. And some stories get away with it better than others, but yeah, for some it's like a big problem. So, yeah. Shnak said, after we've kicked Daedric ass so much throughout the game, any reasonable Daedra would stay the fuck away from Tamriel. There's also that. Yeah. But yeah, so I did get some silly remarks about the writing. I don't agree at all. I don't think I'm being a fanboy. I'm very critical of Zos's writing sometimes and of specific decisions that they make. Specifically, I think Prince Azar was really undercooked. The more you zoom out of this story, and again, I'm not spoiling anything. Prince Azar, he very much takes... He eats a whole lot of plates of shit when he... You know, his guildmaster is killed, and because he's a princeling and kind of in a position to take over, he's kind of famous, and yada, but he doesn't seem like he wants to be leader of the Fighters Guild when that happens. And Skordo even calls him the Little Prince. You know, at the start of the quest, he refers to him as the Little Prince. And yeah, he says he likes the guy, he's a good fighter and everything, but the fact that he still calls him that, it's that would bug you if you had a nickname like that from a veteran like Skordo. It wouldn't make you feel great about being the leader. But by the end of it, you know, he's and you could see this in the trailers. Prince Azar features really prominently. He is the NPC. He's the quest giver we go back to the most. He's the one who's like holding all the reins. He's delegating, sending people out. He's in charge of the military strategy. He's the general. He just emerges as a fucking legend by the end of this. And yet, they do so little with his character. They basically do nothing. He is just kind of the perfect leader throughout. And I thought that was a real missed opportunity. Yeah, well, I love seeing... I get a real kick out of seeing competent characters depicted doing their job really well. You know, a little bit of tradecraft. There's a lot of fun with that. I'm not saying we need to make him just a tortured mess, but I don't know, just give him a few jokes. He's so fucking straight-laced throughout the entire thing. I thought that was a real missed opportunity to humanize his... Because that's an incredible thing that this... It's an amazing journey that character goes through. But you have to, as a player, you have to kind of stop, sit back in your chair, and think about it to actually get there. The game doesn't even signpost that this is happening. It's all just off the page. Don't know if any of you thought that. Kazi, hello! Alton, yeah, that's Schnax, that's a perfect observation. Alatariel, hello everyone, welcome on in, welcome on in. Happy Saturday, everybody. We're talking about pros and cons from the last year. We are trying to make like a definitive list, and I'm going to make sure that you guys are on board with what I'm saying. Not trying to change anyone's mind, but I'm putting a list together, and I want to make sure that it is accurate. So we're kind of going over some of those things. I'm not going to spoil. But we are talking about, you know, the whole sweep of Western and Eastern Solstice. And you know, there's one thing I know, Daedra, like Sheogorath, are very reasonable. Well, they all think they can do it better, don't they? By the way, despite how much I'd like to see it, I doubt we'll ever see a Grey March in ESO. Since it only comes about at the end of an era. Zos would have to admit that the era is ending. Don't think they'd do that. Well, they can't do that because the end of the era has already been... They could get away. They could work their way around it. You know, the law can be... It's pliable. I think if they really wanted to do a Grey March, they could. But why would they? It's just... There'd be no reveal. Everyone would already know what it was if they paid any attention when playing Oblivion, or they'd just have it spoiled by all the other players who do know. Oh, that's going to be Sheogorath, by the way. So I don't think they would go there. Like, if you're doing your annual meeting, I don't know how they do this, but I imagine you're in the meeting with the writers that they do every year. Right, so we've got to design the story that we're doing in 2.5 years' time. Ideas, and I'm sure Grey March has been thrown out there. It's an established thing. It has a set of rules. especially with seasonal content being of the day. It fits to that formula, right? But I imagine they tossed it aside in favor of more interesting things. Let's not reheat old stuff too often. I'd be on board for a Shivering Isles story, Schnacks. Yeah, man. Me too. Please no. Love that DLC for Oblivion. That made it a better game. Like, when the Shivering Isles came out, I was so much more interested in Oblivion. Like, I always thought the slightly rosy, plain old medieval setting was quite disappointing after Morrowind. I love the game. You know, it's Elder Scrolls. There were a lot of technical things at the time. There'd never been an open world fantasy game quite like it. But I couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. It's just like a cheesy version of medieval Europe, a lot of this. Whereas Morrowind was like bleak and weird and bizarre and fascinating, intimidating. Yeah, it was all of these things. And Oblivion was none of those things. And then Shivering Isles came along and it had so much of what Morrowind had. Like, it made you stop and go, whoa, and what the fuck? Like, every 5 minutes, you would exclaim like that. Kazi, I haven't played Eastern yet, and after the Western story, I'm not really interested in doing it. See, I can't understand that. Western Solstice was really good. And Eastern is better. Because it's the payoff. A lot of Western Solstice is setting the table. Maybe that's what you had an issue with, but then again, you thought the scribing story was shit. So, I guess we just have very different things that we look for in terms of stories. I thought the scribing story was weird, and I noticed how different it was from the rest of the game. But to me, that immediately makes it more interesting, not less. Was it perfect? No. Is Western or Eastern Solstice perfect? No. I just highlighted a major issue I have, which I think would have made the whole thing more interesting, more fun, if they'd just given Azar some backslapping humor. It's as simple as that. Just give the guy a few jokes. But he's such an NPC at the end of the day. I didn't like that for him. But yeah. Especially when they do that with most of the other characters. They're very happy to lean them in very strong directions, like Scordo is such a knucklehead. You know, he even refers to himself, I'm just a pain in the arse. And he kind of thinks of himself as not that smart. You know, like the heavy weapons guy from Team Fortress. Some people think they can outsmart me. Maybe. This kind of thing. So they don't mind leaning into tropes for humor and giving the characters a little bit of shorthand fairy dust to make them pop. You know, like when you turn up the saturation and contrast in a photo. So, you know, it's kind of a corny thing to do, but it makes it pop, right? That's what I'm talking about. Don't keep everything so low-key, you know? Especially when you're shackled to an MMO whose storytelling tools are so freaking limited. You know, that we're locked, the camera is locked on the character in a sort of a cowboy shot on the left side of our screen. That's quite a dramatically inert way to do story. So they're starting from a disadvantage. I think they should give themselves every chance for these characters to jump off the screen a bit more. Anyway. And Drop Magic was saying, I'm new to you, so I've made a Templar DPS. What weapon? Daggers. And then on the back bar, you can go with... You could use whatever you want. In fact, don't even listen to me. Probably on the back bar, you will want either a two-hander, like this, or an Inferno staff. On the front bar, it doesn't matter at all. Use whatever you like. This ability, Blade Cloak, Quick Cloak in this case is very useful. You'll find that is recommended a lot. It's strong, It mitigates the damage that you take from AoEs, and yeah, it pops your glyphs. But honestly, you can use whatever front bar weapon you like. For the back, I would recommend two-hander, Inferno Staff, or a bow, maybe. But really, anything works. Just stay away from Restoration Staves and Sword and Shield. They're not designed for DPS, so you probably know that already, but yeah, just saying. And just rewinding. But Lord, I'd be interested to know why you'd hate a Shivering Isles story. And personally, I would love to see an Azura story. Ever since The Elder Scrolls 3, I adore that prince. They would have to do quite a lot to make her interesting. She's one of the least interesting Daedric princes because she's too much on our side. I think they've done that with Meridia quite well, that she's usually an ally but can also be an enemy. And a really fucked up enemy as well. Like, if you do the Depths of Malatar storyline, Meridia does not come out of that looking like a pleasant deity to pray to. I mean, they are demons, after all. And Dark Manor thought it was going to be Jiggalag before they'd shown Ithelia. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you know, the shiny silver crystal thing. Dark Metal, especially with all the vibes, crystals and stuff. Yeah, something sharp. Any weapon that's sharp. Dark Metal, you could remove Ithelia and put Jiggalag there and it would fit. Except the ending. Yeah, it kind of would. But again, maybe that's where the Ithelia idea came from. Maybe they had this idea for an arc with Jiggalag and the Grey March, and they thought, can we do that? Can we do that any differently? So it's not just a reheat. Who the hell knows? It's a really interesting thing the way that they design these stories, because it is, on the one hand, it's a product. You know, and it has to fit certain parameters and certain budgetary restraints, shall we say. Constraints, rather. But yeah, equally, it has to be a story that has humanity and interests driving it. It can't be easy to do both. I'm sure it's harder than it looks. Skyrim was my introduction to Elder Scrolls, Stephen the Assassin. Nice. Pretty good one. I'd say Oblivion is really, really laudable as a game. Like, it's amazing. Don't get me wrong. Just the way that the setting is depicted. When you look at the weirdness of Skyrim, but Morrowind is so much weirder. The Elder Scrolls was a much weirder place. Of all the amazing things Todd Howard has done for Bethesda and for this franchise, I think possibly the biggest sacrifice that the Elder Scrolls has made under his direction has been it's become much more bland. I don't think it is bland as a fantasy setting. I think it's one of the more interesting ones out there. I think of myself as a fantasy fan, but I'm quite discerning. I like Tolkien, and all other fantasy to me just seems cheap and stupid. And Elder Scrolls usually manages to escape that trap, for me. But I think it gets dangerously close to derivative, generic, lazy fantasy with just visually in Oblivion. In a way that made me uncomfortable at the time. And then Skyrim, like, set it all right, because even though it wasn't particularly inventive, it was a different, more brutal, more Conan kind of... I think they took a lot of inspiration from Conan, actually. The stark, almost realism of some of the visuals in Skyrim. And Schnax, if the game keeps getting upgrades for another 10 years, I'm pretty sure we will see the Shivering Isles. Oh man, they definitely should. At some point. Doesn't mean they have to do the Grey March. Yeah, no, don't worry, Eastern Solstice is much better. They did a nice job with the cool ending. Yeah, there's a bit more action. There's a lot of setting the table. In if you've ever seen a movie trilogy where the middle film is a little bit lacking in oomph, because it's obviously setting the table for the final installment. I can't think of any examples, but you know, that's a thing. It's the middle movie problem. Maybe the second Matrix film had some of that, I don't know. But then Matrix 2 and 3 were just absolute garbage. So, not a great example. But yeah, so Western Solstice has a bit of that. I mostly just enjoyed the characters. The idea that you're getting an Ocean's 11 style posse together is relatively well done. And the fact that you get sent on missions with each one of them specifically, again, that's a very obvious, very transparent production decision, isn't it? Oh, we're going to send you off with that NPC, then that NPC, then this one. You can see the spreadsheet at work almost in the flow chart of the story. And you don't, ideally, that's a thing you don't want to be thinking about while you're in the middle of it. But I didn't care. It worked. It worked for me. Oh, I want to spend some time with Scordo. The only one we didn't get is the prince himself, because he's there throughout the whole thing. But yeah, there's a bit where Raz picks someone's pockets and then shit talks to them about it later. Awesome. Very, very fun. Just little moments like that. You don't even see it happen. You just hear about it afterwards. He's like, yeah, check it out. Check out what I found in his trousers. And because it happens in... There are a few moments that I really, really enjoyed, and I wish they'd do more of this. So, let's say these are the NPCs, that these guys here. There are several bits where you walk into a room and you join a conversation. It happens a lot with the 5 companions in the harborage. You get that quite a bit. They revisited some of that storytelling where you're not locked into this view for the dialogue. You're listening to her talk, and then it turns over to this other character, and they're doing the talking, then this other one over there, and they react, and it's not very dynamic. They all just kind of stand in one place, and then suddenly one of them will walk forward. It's not the most dynamic scene, but it's more dramatic than this, and it's funny because it means that they can take the piss out of each other. They can bust each other's chops. That kind of stuff. I love all that. Give me all of that stuff. And give me less of that silly recap dialogue where you can say, remind me where I am, who I am, and what this game is. And the NPC will then tell you. It's like, I dread to think how many hundreds of dollars they spend per line of dialogue. Please, let the writers off the leash and let them have some fun. And just don't give us as much of this hyper accessible, for the people who aren't even paying attention. I wish they'd do less of that. Anyway, sorry, I'm still behind with chat. But Lord, when I quested Western Solstice, I felt that it was just an introduction, not much story yet. So yeah, kind of what I'm saying. I don't have it quite that bad, but Schnacks, I would start with Destruction Staff and then switch to Dual Wield at level 15. There we go. Thank you, Matt. I hate ads. Ugh. Yeah, sorry. The ads are the only reason the stream is able to continue, basically. We need the ads. I mean, if we had a lot more subs, then I guess it wouldn't matter, but Twitch doesn't let you go completely ad-free. But yeah, without the ads, it's just not worth doing. So every time you sit through them, we really appreciate it. Thank you for that. Moose, hello, how you doing? And thank you for the hydrate, small car. Much appreciate it. Want to create a new character? I don't know what character to make. Have a Nightblade. What do you like about the Nightblade? And do you want something different? Do you want something similar? And thanks for the follow. But Lord, I don't like Shio at all. Every time when he appears in here, so I skip the dialogues, not listening to the story. Is that because the dialogue is so silly and over the top? Or the accent, rather. And drop magic. Yeah, we were talking about that. The weapon. Is there any class that outshines the others? Not really. We've got subclassing now, so don't worry about it. Yeah, Kazi just saying, yeah, must be very different taste. My favorite ESO questline is Xereth's. Oh, a companion? Alright, Kazi, that is disgusting. I can't believe you just said that. Western Solstice is just a lot of head shaking for me. Felt very predictable. What? What? Oh, I don't even know what game you played. Are you sure this is ESO? There's nothing to predict. I guess because it's a lot of introductions. Oh, now they're gonna introduce me to this character. So in that sense, yeah, I don't really understand what it is you look for in a story, though. Like, what the hell about Xerath was interesting? I played that on stream, and I wouldn't even call it a story. I just think you love the character, right? Which I dig the character as well in the voiceover. He's cool as hell. But that is literally just a fetch quest designed to support a pointless companion. It is like the most empty storytelling I can think of, except for a daily. That's what it felt like to me. The Xerath Bar stuff. It was just like a slightly spruced up, go and clear this delve and come back to me for some gold. Because that's the only reason those quests exist. They are created after the fact to support something else. And if the storytelling is done really well, sometimes you can hide that, but usually you can't. You can't hide the fact that a fetch quest is a fetch quest. And the best stories don't exist like that. CD Projekt is a great example of a studio that does both. They will have some quests and stories which are really lame. And it's literally just there as filler, but they will try and do something to jingle the keys and hide that fact. And then they have other things like the Kerry storyline in Cyberpunk, which a lot of players miss. I think more than half players don't even hit it because it's not required. It is just there to tell a story and to develop the Silverhand character. And most players, apparently a lot of players miss it because you don't need to do it in order to finish the story. You can just ignore it. And, you know, the Bloody Baron, which is like, that's the story that everyone talks about from The Witcher 3 as being one of the greatest stories in video games. Again, because it had no reason to exist other than to tell that story. They just had something they wanted to say, something they wanted to do, and they worked it in. And there are other parts when it's obviously like, okay, the threads are all coming together, now we need to put a couple of speed bumps in the player's way so that they don't find Ciri too quickly. Oh, what can we do to send him down a rabbit hole? And those are very, very obvious and they don't feel as good. So, yeah, even the studio, which gets a lot of deserved credit for being the best at storytelling. A Rockstar in Red Dead Redemption, they also get a huge amount of credit for that. It's the same again. There are some that just pop because they had a raison d'être, you know? Break out the French. There was a reason for that story to be told in the game, not a game for that needed that story to be told. It's an order of operations thing, you know? Anyway. It must be a different taste. Western Sauce, a lot of head shaking, very predictable. Introducing a mysterious character that's so influential and powerful to rise a huge wall and the worm cult just to make rookie mistakes every step. Felt like he beat himself and not the Fellowship. Was just there to watch. There are some plot holes that they don't even try to address. And those made me laugh. Like, I felt for sure. Because one of the first things I said when I went on PTS before Western Solstice came out, you know, we went and we looked at the Writhing Wall, and I made the point that why don't they just take a few boats and go around the other side? The wall doesn't go very far into the ocean. What gives? And I felt sure there'd be some sort of mention of the worm cult's ability to, like, they've created horrendous conditions at sea, north and south of the island, or something. Nope, nothing. And it's just a little stitch of dialogue that you use to patch a plot hole, but they didn't do it. So is it perfect? No. There are plenty of rakes in the long grass that it steps on. But yeah. That last point, Kazi, I'd take that one. Drop magic. Yeah, doesn't matter which dual wield daggers generally, but yeah. Schnacks, I'll go dual wield front bar, Destro soft back bar then. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which specific weapon. They're all the same skill line. That is what matters exactly. Thank you. Where can I get this weapon? Just random drops or or buy. Wow, you really are new to the game. Okay, so take it easy. Pick up whatever weapons you get in the game and just have fun. But yeah, once you're at the point where you'd like a proper set of gear, you know, where everything matches. Have I got any heavy armor here? I'm missing my trainee heavy chest here. Then you can use a Discord like ours. And you can ask for training gear. And somebody will craft you sets that you need. Drop magic. So we're not the only Discord that has that, obviously, but that would be my recommendation once you've found your feet. But yeah, basically just go and do quests, and they will drop a lot of gear, which you can pick up and use right away. But yeah, once you get to the point where, okay, I'm level 20, whatever, I'd like to actually have a gear set of where I'm wearing, 5 pieces of that gear set. Then get some crafted gear on the go. Why am I being... There we go. There. Schnacks, you can also try to level 2-handed at some point. It's technically the strongest backbar option, but stuff is more versatile. Yeah, level them all eventually. But take your time, don't worry about it. You do not need to min-max. The early game is extremely forgiving when it comes to putting any pressure on you or your stats or anything like that. And later on, you'll probably know exactly what you need to do or want to do. I use bows very rarely these days, not because they're bad, but just because you don't need to. But everything else... Infernos, daggers, two-handers, lightning staves sometimes as well. All of those get used here and there. So yeah, don't worry about it. You're not going to like gimp yourself by making the wrong decision in terms of weapon or anything like that. Not early on in the game. But yeah, if you want to like maximize your damage output and go really fast, even though you're new to the game, then yeah, different conversation. Yeah, use random drops for the time being. You outlevel everything pretty quickly anyway. Exactly. And Rather Dashing is here. Hello. Thank you for the shout out. Always appreciated. Yeah, thank you for that, folks. Rather Dashing. How you doing, sir? Guys, if you're not already aware of Rather Dashing, one of the most chill hangs in the ESO streaming universe. Go give the man a follow. Appropriate of you to show up today. We're having a very chill stream today. We're going through point by point things we liked, didn't like about 2025. Some division over story, but most of us thought the story was better than usual. But Kazi making the case that, with some justification, the Western Solstice was a little bit underwhelming because it was setting up for Eastern Solstice Part 2. Which does have payoffs and drama that the first one doesn't so much. It also has a really cool bit, which I don't know how they could have done it better, but there's a really, really cool bit in there which kind of went over my head. It wasn't until I went back and was making the video, which I just showed you guys on stream. You can see that on our channel if you want, if you're interested. There's like a little bit of Corellania lore about the ancient history of this island and some dark, dark shit that went down hundreds of years ago, involving Regent Corinway, this NPC, the one in the pink dress that Raz is trying to hit on. It involves her ancestors, and there's even a book you can find. She's written a history of her people and of her ancestors specifically, which touches on all of this, and it's very relevant to the story of Eastern Solstice and why the worm cult are on that island in the first place. Like, what is it that drew them there? And it kind of went over my head a little bit, because they do that thing where you talk to a ghost Classic way. It's either you're transported back in time, or you're shown a vision of the past, or you talk to a ghost, or whatever. Or you simply read a book, I guess would be the lamest way to do it. But I don't know, I didn't get a sense of the punch and the... It didn't feel very epic. I didn't grok the weight of that moment. This is like pivotal to the entire Solstice storyline right now. I did not get that impression. Only after the fact when I went back. And most people don't do that. Most people don't make a recap video of the story and all of the lore involved. So I think that's a shame. They I don't know how, like I said, but I think I would have really appreciated it if they'd found a better way to tease out that moment and really grab me by the sides of the face and make sure I'm paying attention. Okay, listen up. This bit's important, at the very least. Dark Metal, have a nice lurk. And yeah, Belorda, Shio reminds me of Q. Hey, I'm almighty, you can't do anything about it, I'll always win. But aren't all the Daedra kind of like that? But yeah, using the Daedra as a Deus Ex Machina is a bad idea. I agree with that. And Jacques Bouyen, can people still make strong builds without subclassing? Well, that's a good question. Yes. You can complete everything in the game without subclassing. But, obviously, subclassing will give you an immediate and noticeable advantage as well. So there are kind of two sides to it. The people who are complaining that subclassing is so much further ahead, they're right. It is. The gap is too wide, and that's a shame. However, at the same time, no one is forcing you to subclass. There is no content which has become more difficult as a result. Do you know what I mean? Like the pure classes haven't lost anything. So while the complaint is valid, I think the complaint is badly made or badly put across by some people. They're talking about it as though they've been nerfed, or that the game is now impossible for them. It's like, no, this game is incredibly easy. Like, there's nothing in this game which is that hard anymore. They've made it... It's actually a huge problem. I think it's one of their #1 problems. Boiling away, which they haven't done much about for the last few years, and it keeps getting worse. There is an insufficient challenge in the game. And there is a huge gap between overworld, normal content, base game content, and then, you know, the other end of the wedge, the more recent, more difficult. And that's an issue. That's not fun for anyone. It doesn't really affect me because I have been playing the game for long enough that some of this stuff, like Maelstrom Arena, was genuinely difficult to do when I first tried it on Veteran. So I learned a lot. The game actually put me under some pressure, and that pressure forced me to up my game and pay more attention to what I was running, think about different things. Maybe I should debuff that boss. I'll be able to kill him a little bit faster. The whole thing will be safer and easier. You know, stuff like that. None of those questions come up anymore. You just cruise through, and then people don't learn anything until they hit a wall. And that didn't happen to me when I was playing. So in many ways, this isn't my problem. But it still is a problem for the player base. And people who haven't been playing that long, and I think ZOS should... I don't know, maybe they're working on it. But I'm worried that they're not. And they just intend to work on this at some point. But yeah, people have talked about it a lot. I guess we got the overworld difficulty increase coming next year, I hope. So yeah, that is something. So they are doing something about it. There we go, I answered my own question. Anyway, Lily Drive was saying a random encounter on Western Solstice mentions it. Oh, it does. Okay. Thank you. Loser Troyan, heading out for the dog's morning walk. Catch you later. See you later. Have fun. And Rather Dashing doing well today. Thanks. Just got over being sick for a few weeks. I'm in the same kind of position, man. Just not properly sick. Sounds like you actually had something nasty. I just got... Maya brought home a flu. And as I said earlier today, I felt like I kicked its ass pretty quickly. but then it just hasn't gone away. I've been dragging it around behind me, you know, for a week and a half now, and it's just sort of affecting my ability to do a decent voiceover or to present properly on stream. My voice is just not up to it, which sucks. Hey, Slow Phil, what up? How you doing? What's good, man? Welcome. Happy Saturday. But yeah, the queue in Star Trek Comparison of Blood is pretty good. Rather Dashu, the war event was a bit underwhelming. Felt to me that the description of what it was supposed to be and whatnot accurate and somewhat misleading. Yeah, it just didn't live up. That's just my opinion. No, I think that's everyone's opinion. But yeah, we'll get to that. Oh, by the way, we've got Ice Reach down to 8:24 minutes now. That's really fast.
Greetings.
Why this particular dungeon? Just because there's quite a lot of ground to cover, do you think? So it's like you can get some quite dramatic time saving in there. By the way, for those who don't know, this is Schnax's dungeon group. They're doing the Ice Reach hard mode, the entire dungeon, from start to finish, in just under 8.5 minutes. Now, I haven't done Ice Reach in a while, and I haven't timed it ever, because the speedrun was never difficult to get, was it? But 8 minutes 24? Like, that's fucking rapid. Yeah, other folks liked it, and that's cool too. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I think most people are in agreement with you, Dashing. Although parts, that's the thing. That's the thing with this year. It's a complicated picture. There's a lot of stuff which was good, but was overshadowed by small negatives that had a big impact. You know, like the bugs. The bugs in the Writhing Fortress. They affected a very small number of people at the end of the day, but they're still unacceptable. And they overshadowed the entire thing. We were talking about this. So when you'd go to the Writhing Fortress, if you were unfortunate and you got into one of those instances where the Infernium was bugged at the last boss in the Western Wing, the Harvester. The Infernium would bug there, right? People, once they realize it, they start to pour out. Meanwhile, other people are going, hey, Writhing Fortress is up, let's go in. So new people are arriving into the instance, getting pissed off that this bug is there, porting out, more people are... So the instance never dies. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Zos had to be notified. This instance is dead. We need to kill it. And stop anyone from... We need to divert anyone entering the fortress from going into this one. I don't know how they got around that, but you can immediately see how a bug which didn't have to happen that many times in order to piss off a lot of people. And, you know, when I say it pissed them off, I mean, that's legit, that's fair, to be annoyed that the game just breaks, and you might have wasted quite a lot of time in that instance getting to that point, or clearing the eastern side, only to then find that, oh, it's bugged, that's why no one's here. Or you might run around trying to find everyone for 5 minutes before realizing there's no one here. Things like that. Not a huge problem. Like, not a huge mistake or like a massive fuck up by the devs or whatever. Totally understandable. You got a weird bug that happens 1 in 50 times or whatever, but it has this disproportionately negative impact, drags down the entire thing. Can't have that. Stephen Watson on YouTube, think we'll get more of an idea on the direction of this game next year? Yeah, we should. But I think the point is they are nimble now. They should be more nimble. And they can, you know, what we get in 2026 does not mean we'll get the same in 27, 28, etc. But yeah, I think we're looking at January sometime for... I don't know, we haven't heard anything yet, have we? We usually get the... Matt Fireroy used to write us a letter. And that would be like the December thing. And then sometimes we get a tease, followed by a reveal in January. This year we didn't even get the reveal until April, which was kind of weird. And Trulip, hello! What are we talking about? We're talking about 2025 in review, essentially. But in terms of... If we could put down a list and make Zos read it, what would we put on there as like, this was great, This was fine. This was not okay. This was awful. You know? Things that we don't want to see next year. Or things that we do want to see. And Kazi, and yeah, Xerath's story is just a companion story, but the whole stuff about Dramathra and his organization fighting the rise of the Dramathra to give them peace, that is a cool concept. I'll give you that, yeah. And yeah, they chose a cool place to anchor it. And on top of this, the confusion of the character to have to find his way in a totally different world, and his development from past to present, from the ruthlessness of him in the past, and the change to be more grounded and chill was very well written. Something I would love to explore more. Case, I get it. So, yes, it was a very paint-by-numbers kind of story, but it was so beautifully painted, it left me hungry for more. That, suddenly I'm not mystified. That makes total sense to me. But maybe the beauty of it is in its restraint, or in its lack of specificity, that you're like, I kind of want to know more about this. It's the character that shows up in one scene of the movie, and you're like, but I just want I want the camera to follow that guy for the rest of the movie. Forget all these other idiots. I don't care about them anymore. I definitely there's I have a friend who loves to do that in films, is to find that character. I think it might be from the horror movie critic Kim Newman as well. I think that's the thing that he's talked about. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's not an original idea. It's like a thing. It's being talked about. But yeah, I get that. I'm guessing a lot of other people agree with Kazi on that as well. We're talking about the Xerath Vast story and why it worked. I'm a bit grumpy when it comes to the companions. There's just so much about the system which is half-baked. And part of that, I think, is the story. I'd love for them to have more character and more story. Then it would make sense to me, because they are useless in combat. They are. It's Zos's version of recommending Oakensoul. While the community is like self-sabotaging by recommending Oakensoul to everyone, so they end up with a bad build which is less effective. I'm not saying don't run Oakensoul. Run whatever you like. But giving someone the impression that a thing is good when it isn't, that's not alright. And Zos they've never come out and said companions are amazing in combat, you should do this, but the very existence of the system implies that these are gonna confer an advantage in combat, whereas in reality, because of the way this game works, they have to make them kind of terrible, otherwise it breaks balance issues and it causes problems. And that's why the companions are so fucking useless. And I think the way maybe to square that circle is just to make them really deep in terms of character and story. Very difficult to do. Obviously, you can't just wave a magic wand and here's an interesting character that everyone will love. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to work like that. But I don't really get the sense that they try that hard. I think they tried to give them a template, which is like fun and intriguing. But then in terms of weaving a narrative around them and giving them development over the course of you leveling up that companion, no, it's not there. And it was the thing that meant I was always going to be a bit grumpy about the system from back when it launched. Because I went on PTS and I tested Bastion and Miri, the very first companions. And I did it again in High Isle. And yeah, just deeply disappointed every time that these are such cool vehicles for storytelling. Yes, it is expensive. And the companions tend to be... they're functional rather than storytelling. Players don't approach them in that way. So I guess I can see how this has happened, but I still think that's a missed opportunity. And they can go back and fix it. They could go and give Bastion a whole storyline with like a small annual update, or every couple of years there's another little step in this saga. There's another little chapter. Wouldn't that be great? I don't know, I would love that. And it gives you the opportunity to tell very intimate, down-to-earth stories as well. It's nothing to do with a Daedra or politics. Maybe it's about his family. An estranged relative. Something like really, really low stakes, where you can just get into the place and get your fingers into the dirt of whatever zone these characters come from, and I would love that. Give me all of that stuff, but maybe I'm the only one who'd be interested. Stephen Watson, get a feeling things are going on behind the scenes we aren't fully aware of. Feel big changes are coming. Well, there are always things going on behind the scenes we're not aware of, because they are working on 2027's content right now. The content for 2026 is in the latter stages of production, to a large degree, I bet. And yeah, so they've always got 3 timelines. There's the stuff that's coming out, the stuff which is in production, and the stuff which is in pre-production. And this is why it's so difficult, and one of the reasons they're so careful with their communication at ZOS is because it would be so easy for any developer who's working on those, whose brain is existing in 3 time periods at once, they could so easily mess it up and say the wrong thing if they're on an ESO Live or a podcast or whatever. It must be genuinely difficult.
I am a freak.
It must be. Lily Droud, we have Templar at home. Templar at home be like poke, poke, poke with a knife. And Eggman's, I watched my Discord recap thing and it shows you the peeps you've hung out. Shows you the peeps you've hung out with the most. I don't even look at that. I'm so tired of those recaps. Thank you for spying on me all year, Spotify. You know, that's... Anyway. As you, Maya, and the Schnacks. Nice! Good choice. Right, Schnacks? And one of the issues regarding difficulty in the game also came about for Belorda John and myself yesterday. Apparently, I'm not sure who John is, but that doesn't matter. Apparently, 1 tank, 1 heal, 1 DD can do dungeon trifectas. Of course they can. I have friends, a couple of German buddies that were 2-manning all the DLC hard mode trifectas like way back. We're talking like 5 years ago. That I don't think is so much of a problem. That players who are very experienced can bosh stuff out. But yeah, you're right. It shows you that they're being pulled in 2 opposite directions. They don't want Black Gem Foundry to be just like impossibly difficult on normal or veteran for just your quote-unquote regular ESO player. But they do want the most committed, veteran, experienced, prepared, whatever, players to be genuinely challenged by it. I think that's one of the reasons that dungeon is so much about mechanics, and actually healing checks, tank checks, DPS checks are really easy in there. It's more about the mechanics, especially on the last hard mode, right? That's one way around it, but you can't do that with every dungeon. And sometimes it's fun to get your DPS checked. You know? Yeah, just for fun, it's a fairly easy one overall, but the last boss has some decision making. Yeah, that's really fun. And so far, Red Petal Bastion easily doable with a trio. Wonder how far it can be taken. Yeah, well, this is a thing. This is a drum that I've been beating for years. I'm definitely not the only one. I think there are a lot of content creators and people in the community in general who are clamoring for something on the difficulty side. Maybe just an added layer of difficulty for dungeons and trials. You know, give everything from the base game, all the base game dungeons, give them a glow up. A new mode. Right, maybe leave the hard mode exactly as it is. Normal, veteran, exactly as they are. I think you could probably spruce those up a bit as well. Make those a little bit more challenging again. But yeah, we had a lot of fun with this conversation the other day. The idea that Fungal Grotto 1 hard mode is suddenly like bastard hard. And they could release them, I don't know, they could release just a few per update. And that would keep them going for years. And it would give us more and more stuff. Oh man, I've got to get my Spindle Clutch 1, you know, veteran mode, or you know, to bite one of WoW's rhymes, mythic Spindle Clutch. That would be fun. It would. That would be really, really fun. And it's It's not the same as getting a new dungeon or a new trial, but it's a fraction of the work, and it would be about, I don't know, 40% of the pleasure. That'd be really, really cool. And Kazi, was it that small of a playership affected? The first working instance of the fortress I found was on day 3. Yeah, it seemed like it was actually quite a rare bug. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people encountered it, or they were there in zone seeing all the people bitching about it. So its effect was magnified. But I, for example, didn't see it ever. I didn't see a single bug. And we spoke to people, and there was like, I think we had 250 people in chat here, and we were asking who's actually seen these bugs, and like 3 people had actually seen them. 2 of them from console, interestingly. And everyone else, like 30, 40 people, were saying, nope, not seen anything. But no one was denying that they exist and that they suck, yeah. So I think, yeah, it was a relatively... That's what I mean by outsized impact. And eating pancakes for lunch, watching Ninja Balls and goofing around with a lore character to experience ESO again. What a great Saturday. Hey, man, thank you for saying that. Appreciate it. Enjoy those pancakes, bro. Hell yeah. Okay, I got a treasure map on straws. Okay. Let's go do that. And Kazi, yeah, I never use companions since I like to have all the achievements. Grinding them is just annoying to me. Yeah, I hear that. I feel that companions are even more than useless in combat. Sometimes they will just block some mob in place while you move. They're annoying in combat, and I'm better off alone. Yeah, I think everyone is better off alone. That's sort of my point. I get that they exist for fun, and I have no problem with that. I have nothing against fun. Khan is pro-fun. But you see so many people who are genuinely under the impression that the companions are there to help them in combat, and the truth is, they will very rarely do that. It's just not something that ZOS was able to design them for. And yeah, it's possible to prove this statistically. Yes, a companion might keep you... It might keep a boss occupied for 4 seconds before they die, and that means that you'll only have the boss for 3 seconds, and in that total of 7 seconds, you're able to kill them. Whereas if you had to tank the boss for 7 seconds, maybe you'd die after 5.5 seconds, and then you wouldn't make the kill, the boss would reset, you start again. So there, if you're on that, like, if you're right on that knife edge, then a companion can make all the difference. But most of the time, no. They won't have that kind of impact. Not even close. And I don't really know what ZOS can do about it. But I will remain grumpy about the companions until they do. Man, I really tried. You guys were here. In September, I really tried getting with Zereth Var. I had him at my side for like a huge amount of the story. Oh my god, I hated him so much. Not the character. Character's awesome. But just any of the companions. It's so annoying. Always doing the wrong thing. Going the wrong direction. Zero damage. Zero utility. And yeah, like Kazi said, sometimes preventing ads from stacking in a way which would have been useful to me. Alright, let's grab some surveys here. I'm actually going to do it. I'm actually going to do it. Haven't done surveys in the longest time. Cue the Billy Joel music, no? Mostly could at least make the companion function properly when it comes to AoEs. Yeah, exactly. Sidestep them more than once every 10 minutes. There's a cooldown on that dodge though, isn't there? Yeah, I think that's it. Finish leveling all skill lines on Ember to max. Enjoy, Lily. Is she your favorite? This is the thing, I don't have any issue with people enjoying the companions and the character and all that stuff. That's the part of it I can really get with. And I'm actually kind of interested in hearing which companions people like and why. I think Xerath is by far and away the favorite. Isabel seems to be quite popular as well, right? Poor old Bastion. And you see Xerath everywhere, like right on cue, there he is. And partly just because he's new, but I don't see Tanlorin as often. Nowhere near. Yeah, Belorda, just pancake with hearts. Sorry. Don't really do... Don't to DPS with you guys? I think I'm missing something there. Sorry, Schnacks, I think they should be less protective about the things they're working on. Where's the actual damage if we know something ahead of time? Yeah, it's flip-flopping and changing your mind. It can look bad because then people take the piss. You get those people on the forums going, well, Rich said 6 months ago, and then it didn't happen. Like, remember they shared spellcrafting with us a few months after ESO's release. It was like April of 2014, and that summer they went to QuakeCon and did this huge deep dive. So this is like July or August or some shit. So it's literally like 4 months after the game was released. And they go to QuakeCon and they do this big reveal on spellcrafting. And then it didn't happen. Still hasn't happened. And we know we're not going to get it now because they reworked the whole concept into scribing. But... And that's a bit of an extreme example. But yeah, basically I'm with you. That is what they did with the article this week. They showed us. You know, they let us peek behind the kimono, so to speak, with the class changes. Hey, by the way, we are working on this. And that's a great example. In fact, you could, and I probably would argue they should have told us about this even earlier. Because as soon as Update 48 was teased, when we got that live stream, right? Where they showed us some of Eastern Solstice and talked about what was coming. The overwhelming reaction to that was just, really? No fixes to subclassing or classes? And if they'd said, yeah, we're working on that, we've got a document which should be coming to you in a couple of months. That's all they needed to say. Obviously, would have been better to have more, but yeah, I know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean. And I think Zos, I get the impression that they agree and that they would like to do more of this stuff. I just hope it's sustainable and that it's not like too much work and it starts to be a thing that the developers who are working on certain things actually start to resent. Like if Gilliam is busy with the Dragonite changes and then he's getting ready to move on to it's Warden that's next, right? And he's like, man, I will get these Warden changes done a couple of weeks earlier if I just don't have to submit reports the whole time. Or choose my words carefully, what we can tell the players. But I hope they can figure out a way to do it that way and that isn't a thing that's holding them back. Because, man, the level of appreciation that they seem to have got from players after that article went live. I saw like one or two shitty grumblings. And one was from a person I don't think understood what they were saying or what they had read. You saw some of this on Discord, guys. But yeah, basically everyone, even if they're not too jazzed about the changes, well, there isn't really anything here. Call me when they've actually released something. They're delighted that the communication, the transparency is actually happening. And yeah, I've fed that back to the devs for what it's worth. You know, the reaction has been really good, especially to the transparency. So yeah, long may it continue. I see Belorda, yeah, don't really want to DPS with you guys. Lily Dryad, Balsanar hard mode, did that a few days ago with my dungeon group. Did you just two-man it? Was that the one? Kazi, so I was really unlucky. It was trying to find new instances on day one, because people said it's good. And I found this bug on every single fortress I joined for 2 days. It might have been the same instance. That's what I mean. Because you had people going into the instance. I mean, this is Spindle Clutch, but you know what I mean? If I go into Spindle Clutch and it bugs out, and I invite you to my group, Kazi, you go in, then we invite Maya, I leave, you invite Ahelt, Kazi leaves, Maya invites Belorda, Maya leaves. It's not quite the same, but the instance never gets fixed. You just have this revolving door of people going, what the fuck? And it might be one bugged instance that was just there pissing people off. I'm not making excuses for the devs. I'm saying you don't let these things happen. This is an understandable, forgivable problem, but they need to be caught before the shit goes live, and then it becomes it magnifies. So yeah, but yeah, you may have been very unlucky. Exactly. I once even asked Herwave, am I doing something wrong? He joined me and confirmed that it's bugged. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Like I said, I don't even know how they got around that. Because that had to be how it worked, right? People porting in and the instance just never resetting. So the devs would have had to go in and manually close it? Who the hell knows? Or mark it as complete somehow. Because I think once Zyzax is defeated, the instance became closed. And no new people could port in. Even though the instance was still open, it wouldn't actually be removed until everyone had ported out, which might be 10, 20, 30 minutes. But nobody new could port in because, well, the boss was dead. So they were smart enough to see that coming. And that's what caused one of the other bugs on console. Now, after the first one was completed, nobody could port in, but the instance also didn't get cleared. For whatever reason, it didn't reset. So no one could port into anything. Or whatever, I can't remember exactly how it works. And to be fair, I like the companions just like they are. I don't want us to make them better in most cases. Yeah, I don't want them to be more powerful. I just think it is a little bit unfortunate that they are so useless. They're just Barbie and Ken dolls that we dress up, you know? And then the answer to me then is to give them value in the form of story and character. But mixed results on that score, I would say. We don't need more people to feel less in need to join others in the community and just play alone. Yeah, agree with all that. But you're just kind of making the case that companions should never have been bothered with. Which I kind of say I agree with. This is when they were doing a system every year just for the sake of having a new system. It's a little bit like the storytelling thing I said earlier. When you make a story just because, oh, well, we've got this quest and we need a story for it, that's usually not going to be a good bit of storytelling as a result, is it? And Ankor, hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome on in. And in the same way that, hey, guys, what are we doing for the new system in 2022? We got to do something. Well, there isn't really anything obvious that the game needs in terms of extra layers. Well, we got to come up with something. I'm not saying that's exactly how it went down. I'm exaggerating for comic effect. But you got to believe that that is not a million miles away from how Tales of Tribute and Companions came to be. It's like, here's a thing nobody asked for, but that sounds kind of cool. Like, if we do a good job on this, it will be a genuinely fun addition to the game. And people, unlike Tales of Tribute, people actually use companions. Like, almost nobody I know plays Tales of Tribute. I think of 3 players that I actually know who play it regularly. Most of us just accidentally invite someone when we're trying to res. Or whatever. Or whisper or trade. As Andrew's good for comic relief? Yeah. But yeah, I was saying, even worse, someone once said companions should be able to deal the average DPS or a bit lower to make it more fun and viable. Yeah, that's completely crazy. That is the typical kind of thing that they get in this game when people don't consider the fact that it's an MMO and it has to work differently from Skyrim. Yeah, no, none of that. That'll kill it for many new players. Yep. No, don't make the companions good. I mock them for being useless, but I usually, almost always, I think I follow that up with the acknowledgement that ZOS had no choice. In fact, when they were released, they were even weaker for a long time. They buffed them a while back. And Moose was saying I like Sharp just because Gareth's voice actor. Yeah, fair enough. Lilitar isn't a good for comic relief, but a lot of my favourite is Sharp as Knight. Fair enough. Character-wise, Zerethvar, Mirian Ember are fun too. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's plenty of affection for several companions, right? And Kazi's saying Miri, Sharp, and Zereth all good, but yeah, not for combat. Oh yeah, we're just talking for character, fun, just for, you know, like, sidekick. Certainly not for utility. And Alateria, I really like the boons, like lockpicking. Yeah, that's a good point. Seeing heavy sacks. I mean, I don't miss any of them. I don't have a single one. But maybe it's like getting your first add-on. Like, once you have it, you can't go back. I'll tell you what, I would like the Sharp as Knight boon. Is that active at all times or just when he's with you? Either way. The fishing one, that'd be cool. For when they do curated fishing events to make it even quicker. So yeah, there's plenty about the system which makes sense. But there are things about it which feel really underbaked. And fair enough, I don't want them to spend more time in the companions at the expense of other things. I really don't. But, yeah. But Lord, when they introduced the companions, I wanted to be able to use them for random normals. Because I was so annoyed by randoms in pugs. That's what Maya and I thought as well. That's what we thought you were going to be able to do. I think we even got a dev maybe suggesting that you would be able to do that. And then we tried it on PTS and it didn't work. And I can't remember if we asked, but yeah, it became clear that no, they're not supposed to. Like if you queue for a random normal with two players and two companions, no, it won't work. They'll be dismissed and you'll get two random players instead. But yeah, we were excited about that initially. But it runs into the same effectiveness argument. If you make that possible, it sort of implies that the companion should be a player's substitute. And that's a bear trap that the devs don't want to put their feet into, which I completely understand. And Schnack, sure, if they make a big announcement and then go back on it, it looks bad. But yeah, if something gets leaked that was mentioned earlier, it's not really a big deal. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Total agreement. Like, we are some way off seeing the DK, the revamped DK. It's gonna be a month, minimum, before we get that on PTS. I think. Maybe not, maybe a little bit less. But still, it's not like a shadow drop. You know, we're gonna have to wait. And no one's sad for hearing about it early. Or that they had to keep it a little bit vague. Kazi, no, it wasn't there because there were different places where the instance was bugged. Different places. Yeah, the bug happened on every server. It happened on consoles, on PC. But what I'm saying is, there could have been just a handful of bugged instances the entire time. There were probably more. But yeah, like, I'm obviously not explaining myself very well, but that's what happened. It didn't take that many instances to be bugged for it to cause quite a big... for it to affect a large number of people. And even people who never saw it. They heard about it. And they became aware that, oh, this is a risk. Every time I port into a new instance, I might get a bugged one, and that might put people off going in. So people who never even saw the bug may have had their decision-making or enjoyment affected. Do you know what I mean? And Balord is saying, I mean, I got into one of the bugged instances on NA in day one. After I left, I was able to get back into a functioning one right away. Yeah, so you got lucky, I guess. Point is, unacceptable. You can't have that. It's a real shame. And that was a bug that was on PTS. I wish I had investigated how it happened. I wasn't there when it happened. I just walked in and saw the Infernium. I cleared the eastern wing, then went over to the western wing and the Infernium was already stuck there. And I did say, I sent a report, but I didn't know how it happened. I'm guessing the people who triggered it didn't know either. Maybe they didn't say anything. Who the hell knows? Most, I saw a video of someone using Arcanist Portal to get past a closed gate that bugged out in the fortress, then manages to get other people through. I heard something about this, that someone was able to get through the gate even though the Infernium was bugged. I didn't realize that's how they did it. Thank you, man. I was curious about that. It may have been someone on YouTube saying, yeah, so I saw this bug, but then I saw someone on the other side doing the siege. I was like, wow, how does that work? Cool. I like my boons, but the companions I could do with that. Yeah, fair enough. But Lord and I might do a bit of Tales of Tribute. Enjoy. Yeah, Kazi plays, exactly. Yeah, like I said, I know people that play, but we even did a survey. And of course, this is, bear in mind, this is the Ninja Pulse Discord. I can't remember the figures, but man, they were embarrassingly bad. I think it was around 10% of people actually play it. And this is across our entire Discord. 10% of players still played it. This is like a year after release. 15% had tried it once or twice. 15% had done the tutorial just to shut that NPC up. And 65% or whatever was left, it was like 60% or something like that, had never even touched it. Never. In a year. I still haven't touched it. Never done Tales of Tribute. It was even a sub goal back in September. And even though technically that's me disrespecting you guys, I still don't give a fuck. Everything I hear about it suggests it's quite good. It's a good card game, but like, what's it doing here? You know? But Lord, I'm one of the regular Tales of Tribute players, and I know a certain exactly companions do average players DPS, but this makes me sad to read. Tales of Tribute did have a cool quest. Yeah, we got Billy Boyd in there as well. Hell yeah. But you know what I mean when I'm just talking about, it used to be the case that we'd get a system just for the sake of it. And I don't know, I think they did pretty well. Antiquities, pretty cool system. I think we've all got mythic fatigue now. Like, just stop it with the mythics. Maybe one new one a year and actually make it good. There are too many and they're too lackluster. It's becoming like the sets all over again. You know, we have so many sets in the game, the vast majority of which just aren't worth considering. Not because they're terrible, but because they're not interesting. And they're not powerful enough to make them compelling. So we just end up, despite this huge potential for depth in the game, we just skim along the surface using a handful of top tier or close to top tier sets. And that sucks. Mythics are... they're headed in that direction. I would argue they're already there. So, yeah, pretty good system, despite those gripes. They didn't, like, think it through. Companions, we've already talked about. Pretty good system, pretty fun, but there's some question marks over, like, why does it work the way it does? Like, why not think more long-term about these characters? Make them better vehicles for cool storytelling opportunities, stories that you don't normally get the chance to tell. And Tales of Tribute. A cool feature, you know, nicely done, well-designed game, nicely executed, cool quest line. I wouldn't know, but I'll take your word for it, Eggbirds. But nobody fucking plays it. So, yeah, I think it was a thing that we were all talking about at the time. This is before we were quote-unquote content creators, really. We were making all these points in conversation with just hanging out with people in our guild, in voice channels, and like we didn't have any special insight, but we were all over the fact that these were transparent attempts to crowbar in a feature to beef up the selling point of that year's chapter, or whatever you want to call it. And if it worked, fine. If that was something that the devs needed to do and pour resources into to drum up excitement and sales for that particular chapter and drive engagement for that year, I'll take it, that's fine. But I wonder, wouldn't there have been better ways? And the fact that it was so transparently obvious that these were things that were not in demand, but things which were... They weren't demanded by the customers, they were demanded by sort of sales and marketing tactics. That's what drove their creation and development. Which is fine, you know. I'm not naive enough to think that games don't work like that. But it doesn't generally make for the most compelling gameplay experiences or anyone's favorite features. Sometimes, but yeah. And good old Eerie, hello. Sorry I missed you coming in. And Schnax, for the brief moment when ink was valuable, I was wishing I had the glowing heavy sax. So you haven't done the companion thing either, I guess. And Kazi, I'm currently place 79 on the leaderboards. Nice. Reminds me a little bit of me playing volleyball when I was a teenager. My mum played a lot of volleyball when I was like 10, 11. She joined a club locally and was like really into it. And my sister and I, because we were so young, I think we had to start... I can't remember exactly how it went down, but basically it came so that we were also there just like watching and hanging out at the sports center where this was happening, and that was the catalyst for us setting up a volleyball club for the kids, basically. And we got really good, and we got some good coaches in. I actually got trained as a coach and a referee when I was like 15. I remember refereeing adult matches and like carding people who'd never learned how to serve properly. And man, I was such a little shit. And I played briefly for England South when I was like 16 years old or something. But let's be real, it's not because I was amazing. It's because nobody plays volleyball. I just thought I'd throw a bit of self-shade there to contextualize that. But yeah, if nobody plays it, then is it really that impressive? But still, that was a lot of fun. That is a sport I would recommend. Because it is... it's way more athletic than you might realize. The only thing is you fall over quite a bit. So if you haven't got good knees, maybe stay away. And beach volleyball is just one of the most fun and amazing workouts ever. But yeah, living in wet, rainy UK, didn't get a ton of opportunity to do beach volleyball, sadly. Stephen Watson asked a while ago, did you have a single story moment that stands out in your memory? Be a side quest or a main quest? A single story moment. Actually, I think one of my favorite moments, and this is recency bias, I'm sure, but there is a moment in Western Solstice towards the end, which is beautifully done. I can't even say what it is. I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but there is a bit where one character sees another and just says their name. I can't tell you any more than that, but fucking hell. It got me. And I recorded this for the video which we put up on YouTube the other day. When Maya saw it, she cried immediately. Like I looked across the room at her, and her eyes were already like fully welled in like 2 seconds. I mean, that was with my commentary contextualizing. He sees her, reaches out, and yeah. I thought that was fucking beautifully done. Because, again, it is, where can I find an NPC? Because we're not locked into this. So much of the storytelling in this game is done here. Right? We got our backdrop. We got our stupid depth of field, which doesn't work properly. So if there's a torch or a particle effect in the background, it's not blurred, but if it is in tack sharp focus. And this is where the storytelling happens in ESO. And look, and I get it. You know, they got to do it somewhere. They can't do a Cyberpunk where you have this dynamic scene you can move around, but it remains scripted. That is hard. But they do a few more moments like that in Solstice, because they have a larger cast of characters who are already established to a degree. They can do shit like this, and they can have them interact with one another in a way which is funny. Like Scordo calling Azar the Little Prince, you know, he's kind of busting his chops. But by the end of the quest, he's never going to call him Little Prince ever again. Not because they fight, but because the guy is like, I cannot believe what this dude has accomplished. Holy shit, what did I just witness? And you feel that so much more when it's not your character telling the story. A little bit like, one of the things I love in Hrothgar, Stephen Watson, is the Evely character. She's kind of annoying. She's a bit of a brat. She's naive. She's kind of dumb. A lot of people find the accent annoying. I thought that's not too bad. It's a bit of a dodgy Cockney, but her utility in that story is to be someone who... She's like our proxy. She's the inexperienced rube who shows up in Hrothgar not knowing anything about orc culture or anything like that. And because our player we can't be a Geralt of Rivia and react to what's going on. You know, our players don't really do that. Our characters, sorry. So Evely is the proxy for that. She reacts when something is sad or fucked up or funny. She reacts in the way that we are supposed to. And yeah, it's very mechanical, but it works. It damn well works. That is how horror movies work after all, isn't it? We get scared 9 times out of 10 because we see someone else being scared. And if the actor and if the direction and everything is really on point, and that's why so many beautiful actresses with big eyes are cast in horror movies, because they can telegraph terror in a way which is believable and upsetting, you know, to us as viewers. Visual storytelling does this all the time. So I loved the use of Evely in that. I kind of wish we'd get more NPCs of that sort, but dialogue is expensive, man. Really expensive. I dug that in Solstice. It elevated the whole thing. Because Kazi and Balorda, when they were saying that it feels a bit table-setty, it's a bit plotty. Here's this character, here's that thing, and now here's the villain. Yeah. Doesn't feel... It feels like a series of quests. Because it is. But, you know, if you're really clever and lucky, I think Zos can... they could do that in a way which hides it better. You don't see the structure of the story. From, you know, quest to quest. I want to sing Abnathan's Final Sacrifice. That's a hell of a moment as well. In terms of epicness, that one is hard to beat. So we're talking about Dragonhold there. Yeah, very good. And they had a great card game in Legends, but they scrapped it. Might have been able to implement that into the game. I always wondered why that wasn't a thing. Why didn't we just get Legends here? I think it's because Legends is set much later. So it wouldn't really make sense. But they could have taken the gameplay mechanics at least. Yeah. It's tough. I think that is initially what I thought as well. They're just going to make Legends in this game. The issue was that, unlike Gwent, which exists in the world of The Witcher, Legends is a game which tells a story about the Elder Scrolls. It is not a game set in, as in, you know, the card game itself isn't set within the Elder Scrolls universe. You're not playing as a card shark in a tavern in Wayrest. That would be a cool game, though, wouldn't it? So maybe that's the reason. Maybe it's to do with licensing, legal issue, who the hell knows. But yeah, Legends was good. Better than Tales of Tribute. And Mr. Nobody, mate, I like your content, your builds. Thank you for it. Thank you for the kind words. Builds are in desperate need of an update. I'm working on that amongst other things at the moment. So yeah, fingers crossed that'll be coming along. Right, let's get back up to scratch with Twitch chat as well now. Getting behind again. Lily Dryad says, I made the Zereth Vara tank in an infinite archive. It can actually be very useful until Arc 3. Yeah, so... But Arc 3... Sorry, Lily, in the nicest possible way, I don't need any tanking gear at all. I can solo Infinite Archive in full medium armor. I don't even need Major Resolve, particularly, for the vast majority of fights until Arc 3. So, saying that the companion can survive as a tank in a similar way that I can survive as a non-tank, I think just kind of says it all. But yeah, like, you're absolutely right. I'm not saying they are utterly useless everywhere. That's not the point. I'm saying that Zos is kind of in a bind with this. They couldn't make them powerful enough to really increase their utility without it causing problems potentially causing problems for the rest of the game. That's the thing. It's like that animator from Bethesda Softworks, Bethesda Game Studios, sorry, when she's talking about animating a horse. It's super difficult because one thing moves and everything else reacts. It's like that when you got a combat system like this one, just 1,000 times more complicated. But yeah, they can be used to make our lives easier. Of course they can. And Lord of the Tournament and the problems the NPC players were having are really good. Yeah, the cool quest. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. So I know nothing about this. Maybe I should do that bit at least. If you have an annoying boss or the Thoat Replicanum that's always trying to cuddle with you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They can give you breathing space. And even if it's just a few seconds. Most of my Thoat fights in early arcs, they're under 15 seconds. If I'm lucky, they're under 10 seconds. So a few seconds breathing space is huge. Yeah, that's what I mean. When you're in that particular situation, that little bit of leeway that the companion can buy you is actually, that could be worth quite a bit. But outside of that, they're going to die. And then their presence will make very little difference after that. And those are problem players can relate to. Alright, you guys are making me intrigued now. That's all it takes. It was, and I really felt like you were helping out your friends, says Eggbirds, more so than with regular Overland quests. Well, there we go. That is another reason I liked scribing. And why I thought Solstice worked. Bring back, or Zos in 2026. We're not actually talking to Zos right now, but this is the thing that we can agree on. Give us that sense that we are working with friends. We're getting to know characters. That was a really nice part of Solstice. And my heart did kind of sink a little bit when I realized, oh, it's going to be a big, grand Daedric threat. The world is under threat. Alright, here we go. Here's a freebie. In a world of threat, one player was all that stood between the worm cult and total domination. You know, that kind of cheesy ass, you could give the game story that level of corny 80s Hollywood voiceover if I didn't have a cold and could actually do it properly. Yeah, I think even without a cold I can't really do it properly, but you know what I mean. Yeah, don't keep giving us those, man. And Tom 634, sorry, wishing you all a great weekend, guys. Thank you, Tom. I just have the companions out for the drops of weapons and armor so I can sell them. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, maybe if I was smart, I would do that as well. I don't feel like I got enough. I did try that briefly with Zereth, but I didn't feel like I was getting enough that was worth anything. Maybe I just got unlucky drops. All it takes is that one drop that's worth like 250k every month or whatever, and then you're like, oh, okay, I'll keep doing this. But yeah, I just dismissed that guy. Get back in the box. Blood, I'll lose most of the time against Ahel, but we're having a lot of fun. Eggbird's got to go. Can't believe 2 hours have passed already. Thanks to the stream, Khan and chat. Thank you, Eggbirds. Have a lovely, lovely weekend. Hopefully, I'll catch you soon. And Ahel, that sounds like a challenge. Invite to Tales of Tribute incoming. Guys, I think 10% of playership for a side activity like Tales of Tribute is quite good. It's got to be a little bit more than that. This was just a Ninja Pulls result. Yeah, maybe you're right. But it was more the fact that 60% or whatever had never even touched it. That was a bit that freaked me out. I didn't think it'd be so high. Yeah, Tom is saying, thanks, mate. Yeah, most of the time the companions are just annoying, to be fair. Yeah. I wasn't setting out to, like, hate on companions today. I don't know how we got here. It's probably my fault. But yeah, Kazi, I think 10% of playership for a side activity like Tales of Tribute is actually quite good. Tribute has its fair share of issues and a few bugs, but they're minor issues. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't even aware of bugs or flaws. Like I said, I hear almost nothing but good things about it. Except, you know, the indifference of a lot of players. And a lot of players, like, I've not said this, I will never play Tales of Tribute. I'm sure I will. I intend to. I should. But you do get a lot of people saying that. I'm never going to touch that. A lot of the kind of players that I play with, like, fuck that shit. It's like, whoa, okay. And they just resent the fact that this game that they're into for X reasons also has this other thing that isn't for them. I don't know. I don't think anyone is serious with their level of hate towards it, but there's a lot of playful, like, opposition to the idea of a card game. And Schnax, I played volleyball a season or two in bottom tier mixed league. Was good enough to get me a good grade in school sport at some point. That's a fun sport. I really dig it. See what I did there? That wasn't even an intentional pun. It was just as I was saying, dig it, I realized, hang on. You're making a stupid dad joke here, aren't you? Yep. It was more just that is like a sporting achievement that I will never surpass. You know, actually getting to represent the country I live in. It was England South, not England. I mean, it was obviously under 18s. And it was in a sport that nobody fucking plays. But whatever, I'll take it. That was my point. I always loot the butterflies here. I'm not sure why. They never seem to drop any wings. Oh, there we go. It's only worth 40 gold. Why do I bother? And Kazi, there's still like 1,000 to 2,000 players in the highest rank. These players are very good, so I think it's still impressive when a Desi gets in the top 10 or for 3 months in a row. I mean, you have to get there. Yeah, absolutely. And similarly, like, how many people really score push in Maelstrom Arena? It is a tiny proportion of players. But if you get in the top 20, that's still awesome. Yeah. No, absolutely. And Lil Spitfire, hey, how's it going? Welcome on in, and thank you for the follow. Shapeless, good day, hello, hello. And Valley Door also, hi, how's it going? Happy Saturday, everyone. Patch Adams, voiceover guy. In a Nirn, where Daedra are everywhere. I really want to do, like, the Sex and the City style. He was a Dremora from the Deadlands. She was a lusty Argonian maid. This Thanksgiving, find out. Just what a crazy couple they are. I don't know. I need like a music bed that I can push. I gotta steal Maya's stream deck so I can do all this kind of live effects and bullshit. I've like got the most old man streaming setup. It's rubbish. Although, news on that front. We're using Christmas as an opportunity to upgrade some of the stuff. You know, Black Friday, Cyber Monday's just been, not a coincidence. So, yeah, we may have a few extra bells and whistles for you guys in the new year. And some of the more high-performance games we've been playing, you know, Cyberpunk, Doom Eternal. Not Doom Eternal, that runs incredibly well. Doom the Dark Ages. Oblivion Remastered, which is like the worst performing game for me in terms of streaming. It runs great. As soon as I start streaming it, it craps itself. Or at least the stream does. It runs great on my machine, but the output is wonky as hell. So hopefully, all of that stuff will be alleviated in the new year. Exciting! Exciting! I wish I could stream in 4K, to be honest, but it's just no one supports it properly, and it doesn't seem to be worth it. Like, I've even been told not to bother. All my YouTube videos are in 4K. I think I can probably find this somewhere. The statistics on how many people are actually capable of even watching them in 4K. It's almost nobody. Nobody fucks with a 4K display, apparently. Which is dumb, because I put a lot of extra effort and a huge amount of rendering time and storage space is devoted to editing video in 4K. But I figured I'd future-proof it. What the hell? These videos that are relevant for 3 months at a time. Let's future-proof them way into the future. Yeah, smart. Yeah, Kazi, I think Legends is too big of a game to implement inside another. Yeah, there were a bunch of reasons why. But it was immediately where my mind went. Like, oh, is that gonna be immortalized by being added to ESO? And now that Legends is gone, I kind of wish they'd found a way, but yeah. Understandable. Alright, let's do some more of these. Hang on. Here, hold on. Man, that's a lot of surveys. Alright, so we covered pros so far. Zone and story. Characters. Characters that we had in this year. So I already made my reservations known about Prince Azar. And the fact that we didn't get Lyris was kind of glaring, but that's not anything they could really work around. I'm sure they tried. It even sounds like, if you look at some of the quests, look at the dialogue, it feels like they used placeholder texts. Maybe even in some of the dialogue recorded by the other characters, the other actors. To leave room for Lyris or another character. So I'd love to know. It's not particularly important, but I'd love to know just how late Walks in Ash was confirmed. Great character, great choice. But, yeah, clearly not the first choice. I'd love to know when that was actually locked in. When they said, nope, we've waited for Jennifer Hale too long. This strike is going on. So we have to push. We have to press go on another character. And get those lines recorded. Balorda, he challenged me and then the match was amazing. Thanks, Ahelt. I know, it really feels like this is part of a long-running metaphor for something else. How was it for you? Valorda, pick Ahelt as your teacher. He's good at the game. Nice. Valorda, I'm too short for volleyball. Played badminton pretty decent. Actually, a lot of the tallest and shortest men I've ever met, I met playing for Southwest and then England South volleyball, because I don't know why, but setters in volleyball were often quite small people. Like, I'm talking very short. Don't know why that is. Maybe more reaction time? Takes longer for the ball to reach them? But yeah, obviously for you to be able to be a bit more versatile on the court, and by the time you get to like Olympic level, or you know, everyone is an absolute giant on the volleyball court. That's true. I'm tall for the UK, but if I go back home to Denmark, I'm just the same height as everyone else. And done stuff. I got a 4K TV and DVD player just as DVDs died a death, and very little 4K on TV. Ah, boo. Yeah, like I have a really weird gaming setup, but it's all because I was just coveting this monitor, this particular monitor. It was like the most beautiful. It's a 4K 55-inch Alienware display. So it's not like super high pixel density. 4K at 55 inches, that's not that much, but it is a giant, beautiful OLED panel. And yeah, it's just, it was on offer, massively reduced one summer a few years ago, and it was still like $2,000. But I said to Maya, can we please get this? I think it was reduced from 5 to 2,500, or 6 to 3, or something like that. And this is before I was a content creator, so I actually had money. Why am I doing this again? Somebody remind me. Oh yeah, because it's fun. And you guys are awesome. And yeah, so we got this display, and for a while I couldn't play first-person games on it very well. It's just too big. But I got used to it, and I have a deep desk, so I sit far away. Man, I'm worried. When this monitor packs in, there's nothing I can replace it with, no matter how much I spend. And I don't think I can go back to playing on a regular size, especially games like this. I wish you guys could see it. Oh my god, it looks amazing. It looks so good. An RTS game like this, Doom: The Dark Ages, holy shit. I just cannot go back. But I'm gonna have to, because this is a product category that died after this screen. So yeah. I have a very weird setup here. But I like that with gaming, that you can really mess around with it in a way that you can't with movies and TV. Like the people that have racing gaming setups. I don't think I would ever get one of those for myself, even if I were just loaded. I don't know that I would ever do that, but I'd love to see someone else's rig, or even to try it, like visit someone who's got one. You know, with the wraparound multiple displays and the bucket seat and all that. I love that shit. That's great. And Double Order say, no, it was not metaphor. No, I know. Just a nice match, and I didn't completely suck. I got it. I'm just busting your chops a little bit. No worries. Is at least 12-bit for such price? Sorry, Cyborg. Is it at least 12-bit? Nits? Talk about nits here? But yeah, I mean, you could, if you really want to know, you can look it up. It was like a flagship product at the time. It was one of those things that no one was gonna buy, but Linus Tech Tips did a special video on it. All of those kind of channels did a special video on this display. It made a huge amount of, you know, noise on the marketing circuit. Obviously, nobody actually bought the thing. But I had my eye on it from the beginning, and I thought if that ever is on sale, I'm really gonna make the case. And that is an obscene amount of money to spend on a thing like a monitor we could get for a few $100s. But I don't regret it. You know, it's like buying an expensive mattress. I've got so much out of it every single day. And when I fire up Enshrouded or whatever, and the sunset comes through the forests in just the perfect way, I'm glad I've got this thing. You know, this layer of tech that sits between us and the games that we love. I'm glad that I'm lucky enough to have that. But it is getting a little bit of degradation around the edges of the screen, so I'm worried about how long it's gonna last, man. Anyway. Obru! I just bought a PC. Does it mean I need to restart, though, and spend even more money on ESO Plus, but it should be fun. Oh, yeah, so if you come from console. Going for Magplar, I think, is made. I love a Magplar. And it's one of the rotations you can still get quite a lot out of. Partly thanks to... Well, I did a light and dark Templar a couple of videos a while back. It's the only DPS videos I've done recently. Still up to date, thankfully. But yeah, the Templar is one of the easier ones to... You can keep that feel of the old school rotation. Obviously, Arcanist is the easiest, because Flail, Flail, Beam is still very much a rotation which everyone is using, but... Yeah. Magplar is a good call. Enshrouded is such a beautiful game, Balorda. Yeah. Agreed. I think mostly it's down to the... They really threw the money and the development expertise and resources they had at lighting and volumetrics. The rain clouds still don't quite work. Always. But they always look amazing, you know, if slightly strange. And yeah, this is what creates that effect I was talking about when you come around a corner like this and you see a scene revealed before you, and there's just a beauty there which there's no artist that went there and did it. You know, no one created it. It is that moment. The mist is just so, the angle, maybe you arrive at golden hour, you know. If for those who don't know, that's in cinematic terms. Golden hour is that sort of period before sunset, where if you're shooting outdoors, you get this amazing, warm, flat light that just kind of bathes everything. And it makes everything look just amazing. You can spend an awful lot of money on interior lighting and not have it look half as good as golden hour. And the point is that there's nothing you can't beat the sun. So when a game can capture that, just in a way which is emergent, it's not scripted or designed. Of course, the devs have to build the conditions for that to happen. But yeah, man, I love that shit. Enshrouded is great at that. It'll do that. If you play for 1 hour, you'll get 3 or 4 of those moments per session. Just good shit. Vanilla Sky for Neo. It's that kind of thing. I think Vanilla Sky is more sunrise, right? But yeah, it's exactly the same vibe we're talking about here. And if you look at old Terrence Malick movies, legendary director, he's gone a little bit artsy in more recent years, but he made like Badlands. Oh, the Richard Gere movie, Days of Heaven, is it called? Can't remember. But yeah, he did a lot of shooting in golden hour, which is a very expensive way to make movies. You get like 2 hours maximum of usable footage each day. Jesus. Oh, bro, that's what made me want to make one. Not sure which one I like more. Maybe the Necro one, I don't know. Oh, really? Oh, the video is actually inspirational. Well, that means a lot. Well, long may that continue. I'll do my best to keep that up. Yeah, Templar is just in a good spot right now because you can get pretty good results with either Adric Spear or Dawn's Wrath, or even both, if you really wanted to. I've still got some of these. These are completely pointless. I should just delete them. They're going to be worthless when I pick them up, but whatever. I guess I can put them in the guild bank. These are the Glenmorial weird style pages from Halloween. But I do love the way the skybox changes when you get close. Look at this. Isn't that cool? That shit never gets old. It's worth keeping the map. Actually, just so I can do this on command. All they've done is added a purple filter and the Solitude Northern Lights from Western Skyrim. These collectibles were obviously added after the Greymoor updates. But that's really effective. I love it. More stuff like that, please, Zos. But all the sound effects also amazing when you're mining and the sound changes. When you mine your way into the mountain. Yeah, from stone to clay. And when you reach the mycelium and you get that squelch. Yeah. Yeah. One detail I still like about Enshrouded is when you dig downwards into a hole that you later can't get out of. The echo effect is amazing. Again, stop scaring. I freak myself out a little bit if I dig too deep. Oh, by the way, I have to show you guys at some point the monstrosity of a castle that I've built in Enshrouded. It's I got a little bit carried away. I'd never made a house in that game before. And a couple of my mates would laugh at me. I remember them saying about me and Maya, you guys just never do anything by halves. And yeah, this is very much a continuation of that trend, of that ID. Remember the end of Matrix? Oh, I see. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the movie Vanilla Sky. Who saw that? I watched that when it was already an old... It had already been out quite a long time. But for some reason, one of my friends had recommended it. Maya! Hey, 72 December. Unfortunately, Maya isn't here today. She is working hard, as always. For me, and for you guys as much as herself, to be honest. Try to make this thing work. But yeah, she should be around, I think on Thursday. We've got a big stream. We were supposed to do one yesterday, but we just couldn't do it. There wasn't enough time in the day to do everything we needed to do. A little bit of a shame, but yeah. Welcome on in, everyone, by the way. I haven't said that in a little while. Hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls, and thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I've got another Glenmoril weird here. If anybody appreciates the presence of this channel and the YouTube and all the rest, we are super grateful for you sitting through ads, chatting to us, staying with us when we play another game. Speaking of which, I will be hopping over to Cyberpunk as promised in a little while, because we have our playthrough to continue. We barely started it. Do please consider supporting the stream on Ko-fi or right here on Twitch, if that is something you are able to do. Thank you. Thank you very much. You just shoot close to the North or South Pole. Shapeless. You should get into movie making, man. You got this locked down. You got it figured out. Love it. Remember when way south. Remember being way south and walked to a town party. A girl was waiting at the beach for the sunset picture with this huge camera. We came back and she was still there waiting. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You gotta be there early. But that is a crazy look. Kinda like it. Yeah, on our honeymoon, we went to St. Lucia. And there is a thing that you can get in the Caribbean where it's pretty unusual. Even the locals don't see it that often. But there is a weird thing, I can't remember the exact atmospherics behind this phenomenon, but it's called the green flash. Just before the sun dips below the level of the ocean, you can sometimes get this green effect. And we went out on this amazing boat trip with a guy whose name was Kirk, and he was the captain of the boat, so he was called Captain Kirk. I'm not even kidding. But Kirk was his first name rather than his surname. He was fucking awesome. Really liked that guy. He had a really nice time. It was like a boat that could easily have 12 people on it, but we were the only two who'd booked the romantic boat trip. So we had all this food and all this drink and just the two of us, and we were just chatting, shooting the shit for like 3 hours. And yeah, we waited for that green flash for a really long time. Because of course, as soon as the sun begins to set, you're like, alright, let's get into position. Let's stop chasing dolphins around and set up and watch. And it was a magical moment. We got no green flash. Sad. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where you're like, okay, I'm kind of bored now. I hope it happens, because we've been waiting like 20 minutes. Oh yeah, speaking of Enshrouded, I did a Hollow Halls run the other day. I thought that was supposed to be like multiplayer. Because it was, I don't know, I was kind of expecting to get my ass kicked. Maybe I was too high level for it, but... yeah, one thing that I found, occasionally it screws me over in that game. There is a slider when you make your own server. You can change all of these custom settings. So I keep most of them on normal, but I turn the number of enemies up to maximum. You know, you have a little bit more fun, there's a bit more threats, combat gets a little bit less boring, and every now and again there are places where the game really wants to swarm you with enemies. Like there's a spider boss, and she will summon 8. And she's enormous, you know, like Shelob or Lamikai from the end of Scrivener's Hall. It's a really, really giant spider, like 10 times your size. And then she'll summon like 8 big spiders that are like as tall as you are. So like horrendously large. But then literally, I guess in the default game, it's a few dozen spiders, so like an unpleasant amount. But because I have the setting cranked all the way up, I shit you not, there had to be over 100. It slowed my game down. There were so many critters, and they keep coming at you in waves. That was one of the most intense, visually intense combat things I've seen in a game ever. It was horrible. I don't have particularly bad arachnophobia or anything, but I was genuinely freaked out. There were just so many. It was like the final scenes of Arachnophobia, but if the spiders were the size of a dog. Ugh. And yeah, Hollow Halls was kind of similar. So many enemies in there, especially at the end. There must have been 100 of those guys. Depends on difficulty and which hall. Ah, I thought there was only one. The Hollow Halls. Yeah, so this is the starting area. That'd be why it was so easy. I was a little bit disappointed, I have to say. But I've explored like most of the map at this point and haven't come across any others. So I assumed that was the only one. But there we go. The issue I'm having with that game is that it keeps... It's all out of order. Like I keep getting quests shoved in my face that I then pick up, and then I'm not able to do them because they require a load of other things that I haven't done yet. So they need to figure that out before they go into full release. It's a little bit annoying, actually. And the way that crowd control in that game works as well pisses me off enormously. But yeah, generally a very solid, very pretty gaming experience. The Shadeless is like the sun goes down 20 degrees and close to the 9 o'clock. Sun change the fall angle to 70. It must be something like that, yeah. I still recall our experience. Well, it was a few days ago, so of course, why? I'd be worried if you didn't. Another quest, and here one more. My log is so full. You see, I'm not picking them up. I'm just I'm making sure I have. At one point, I had 13 quests, and I just didn't pick up any more until I was done. And I'm trying to keep it under 5 at a time. But the annoying thing is, it keeps giving you stuff that you cannot do. And I'm having to use the wiki an awful lot just to figure out... Okay, so it says I need this item, but in order to... Like, what even is that? How do I get it? How do I craft it? What is it? And do I need all these other things before I can get there? And man, there's such a paper trail. It's probably because I didn't do the game in the right order. I got excited because I was streaming it, so I just wandered all over the place and went into areas that I shouldn't be in yet, and maybe then a bunch of quests got unlocked, but then they just need to rethink that system. Anyway, most people probably haven't played Enshrouded. You should check it out. We'll hopefully have more codes to give away in the future, but yeah, look it up. That is a quality game. And yeah, it's a bit like congratulations on finishing a quest. Here's 5 more, each of which gives another 5 quests. Well, that's a good thing. But yeah, you got to find a way to feed them, to stagger them, and to prioritize the right ones. I wouldn't mind if the game held back certain quests that I was more than able to do, but it's like, you know, they haven't got this character yet, so it doesn't make sense for the blacksmith to provide that quest when... You know, I got something the other day that required me to make glass. I was like, I've never even seen glass. Because I hadn't been to the Kindle Wastes, where you can get sand, and that's how you make glass, and blah 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 blah. And the game just isn't smart enough to recognize that. But that just feels annoying. It feels like, when that happens, you're reminded that you are essentially playing a spreadsheet, not a video game. Which is a real, like, kick in the pants, because one of the things that games like this, like Enshrouded, ESO, and that game that the No Man's Sky devs are making, what's it called? Oh, Light No Fire, which is coming next year. Games like this, a lot of the value, a lot of the joy of those is how visually compelling the world is. You know, it wraps itself around you and just makes you go, whoa, this place looks great. I feel like I am here. So when they do something to jolt you out of that, it's a bummer. We did it 2 to 3 weeks ago. Still, it's not... 2 weeks ago is still just a matter of days. I stand by it. You're saying that I still remember back in the day. And Tom ESO, Tales of Tribute is too complicated to get into. So yeah, a lot of my friends and I just stopped trying. Well, that's a shame. Anyway, let's revisit. So we did pros and cons, zone, story, characters. I mentioned Azar. You know, he emerges as a legend, but he was a bit undercooked, a bit underwritten, I thought. The dungeons were excellent. So just a reminder, we got Lepsiclusa and Exiled Redoubt. That was this year. It seems like ages ago. And then more recently, we got Naj Kaldish and Black Gem Foundry. I think all 4 of those are pretty good. Exiled Redoubt, much too easy. But it's the only one of the 4 where I think that's really an issue. And we said this on PTS. The devs didn't care. They just didn't agree, I guess. Which is fine. But I stand by it. I think, especially compared to Lepsiclusa, where the triple hard mode really felt fun and engaging because it was so difficult, Exiled Redoubt was just... It felt wet and... It's just not good. It felt very limp by comparison. So it's almost, in isolation, it would have been better. But because it was right next to Lepsiclusa, it's like when I stand next to my friend who's really devastatingly handsome, it makes me look like a real piece of shit. It kind of suffered from that effect, I thought. What else about the dungeons? But Lord, I had as my quest manager. Fair enough. Oh yeah, they've got the Writhing Wall event. So I stand by the fact that I think the concept was really good, and they were That was a really cool thing that they tried to do and that they decided to pursue here. So they shouldn't be... And it tied in with the story, actually. When I played through Western Solstice again on the live server, I did this all while the fortress was up. So in the final phase of the Writhing Wall event, it worked so well. They worked really well, side by side. I actually think better to do it that way than to have finished Western Solstice months before, like so many other people did. It was all fresh in my mind. That worked really well. So I hope the fact that the wall event didn't go that great doesn't discourage them. I hope it kicks them up the ass and, like, G's them up to do it again, but do it better. Because the concept and the way it tied in with the story and elevated the story, that was really cool. What do you guys think? Erin, welcome back. How was your luncheon? Shapeless. I get that here sensation about every 20 minutes on Hrothgar. Yeah. Hrothgar's very good at that. And ESO, the way that we play it, it doesn't help. Look at the way I'm playing this. You know, I look down. I'm very zoomed out. If you do... Now, I'm not recommending anybody play the game like this. Do not do what I'm about to do. But if you lower vertical offset to nothing, if you lower field of view to minimum, zoom in a little bit. Lower the camera, so it's more of an over-the-shoulder thing. Sense of atmosphere is like, it just increased tenfold. Go first person as well. It's kind of a schizophrenic game, this one, isn't it? The way that we play it, the way that we, play it effectively, by zooming out and keeping that strategic, that tactical overview of what we're doing. It also gets in the way of one of the other things that the game does super well, which is the world building, the sense of place, just the look of the thing. And remember, this is base game. Still looks awesome. And this is probably one of the more boring looking zones, frankly. But I bet some of you are thinking, wow, I'd forgotten that Coldharbour looked this good. Yep, me too. Also, if your character has a nice butt. You get that little bit of that Lara Croft effect. I'm just kidding. Although I've definitely been in trials with other players that have, especially very white and very tight trousers, so that when they're running next to you and you're like, you're doing that thing, you're running from trash pack to trash pack, and you get distracted by the DPS running next to you. Yeah, it looks really great from this POV. Yeah, I mean, I could take it to almost any zone and the effect would be much the same or even better. So we do, the way that we play this game in terms of how we angle the camera, what we're focused on for combat, it does actually make it a little bit harder to appreciate some of the other cool things that it does. I will try to use first person a lot when I'm questing, but you can't always. Or you don't want to be switching back and forth all the time, Lily tried. What do you think about the new crown crates, by the way? I haven't even looked. But pretty meh, I thought. Let's have a look. We're reviewing everything today. Look at this. Alright. Yeah, the blacksmith seems buggy, but kind of fun. I don't like that very much. It's not bad, but not interested. Definitely not interested in that. Definitely not interested in that. So that's always a relief when... It's not that the Radiant Apex mounts suck or anything, but, sometimes there's one way, I really want that, god damn it. But I'm not getting any of those. I think these are quite fun. But again, I'm not bothered. That's pretty rubbish. As skins go. but most of the skins are these days. I think that's the most fun thing in here. The Frost Troll. These mounts are, like I said, these are cool looking, but I haven't seen the Honor Feather recall. Don't even know what that is. Yeah, so far, nothing I'm interested in except the troll. Literally nothing. These are fun. I like these. I very rarely bother to collect all of them. But this is a weapon set that I might actually do that with. Then again, I have so many cool weapon sets that I don't use. But these are really fun, aren't they? I like those. The Forge Master's Throne, well, it's a furnishing, so automatically disqualified. I'm never going to use that. I don't really understand why that exists. And also people are butthurt because it doesn't change the glow of Grim Focus. Like, to me, that's obvious. You just look at the animation, and it's you throwing a thing. It's got nothing to do with the glow of the effect, but apparently some people thought otherwise. That's silly. Seems a little slow, but that's kind of fun. Ooh. That's a crazy skin. I like that costume. What the hell is that? The grappler gear, that's cool. Costumes are a bit of a pain because you can't do anything else. All you can then do is the hat. Puncturing strikes, that feels a little bit underwhelming. We've already got a blue puncturing strikes, so seems like a weird choice. This dance is fun, but apparently if your character's wearing a dress or a robe, it breaks immediately. Upscale Orsinium attire. Can't imagine ever using that. We need more animations like that for NPCs. Like there's a Morrowind NPC, what the hell's her name? The Ashlander chick that you spend the whole of the quest with. Her entrance is her being, you're being stopped by a bunch of Ashlanders on the road, and they're about to like mug you, and she steps in and just whips all their asses. She beats them up Jason Bourne style. We need more of that. Difficult to do, but man, one of the coolest NPC entrances ever. Yeah, so far, actually not great. Well, there's nothing I don't like about it, but I don't think I'm going to buy any of these, and that would be the first time in... That might be the first time ever that I wouldn't have bought any crown crates. But I can't really criticize it, it's just not really for me. What do you guys think? And Shapeless is saying the inaccessible areas telling stories is so important. The unaccessible areas. That's fun. Ooh, okay, I might have to buy these. Custom eyes, always useful. The Maelstrom Gang goggles, and the fact they don't work with a dark elf, you know, a disapproving dark elf lady brow. That's funny to me. Oh, Jesus. That is an elaborate ass hairstyle. Who said there were no guas in here? Lies. That's a furnishing. And another skin. Yeah, they're really struggling with the skins to make them interesting, I think. Purple hair is pretty fun. Lily tried Grim Focus style doesn't change the weapon glow. That was kind of a bummer. See, there we go. See, it seemed obvious to me that that is not part of the pitch. Why would anyone want to change the glow? As well. I'm confused in several areas. Why would anyone want that? Surely people want the glow to go away, if anything. I mean, I don't. I like it, but... That's kind of interesting. What... This reads to me like, Akaviri inspired, doesn't it? Somewhat. That's kind of a fun armor style. I like that. So the weapons and armor in here are pretty fun. Forge fire. Chubloon's always good. Have we ever had a bristleback pet before? That's kind of fun. Oh yeah, and these. There are some issues with these, I believe. Like with textures only being one-sided, so that when you look at them from the back, they're just transparent. Saw some posts about that. Yeah, that's fine, but you know, not that big a deal. Likes to play catches. The other stuff I like is in the little things like all skill styles and weapon style. Yeah, got the skin for my Argonian. Still thinking about getting the costume. I've got a few gems I can spend, I guess, if there's anything in there that I want. Yeah, not bowled over by those, but that is a relief, because I don't have any crowns to spend, and I'm a little bit short on gold. So I'd have to actually spend real money on crowns to get any of this stuff, which I'd rather not do. I prefer... For about 4 years now, I've managed to buy hundreds of crown crates every year without spending any of my own money. It's just been in-game gold. But because I've been streaming so much more, I haven't really had the chance to earn any, partly because I haven't done my surveys, which I'm doing today. So yeah, there's probably millions and millions of gold wrapped up in these surveys that I need to do. So yeah, by doing these today, maybe I'm enabling myself to get some of these crown crates at some point. Who knows? Maybe I'll take a look when they come back on a discount before they go away. Yeah, what do you guys think? Is that a good crown crate season? A bad one? Just typical? Don't like the hairstyle of the purple hair? Yeah, it's a bit full on, the barbarian locks or whatever they're called. Also, another final thing I wanted to call out for 2025 that they did well. If they're going to do another event like this, which is temporary, the provisions they made for players who didn't own the content pass was really admirable. I know we got a lot of people talking shit as soon as it was announced, and we got a lot of people talking shit when it was clear how little FOMO that actually was. It was literally just the Writhing Wall, the Writhing Fortress, and the ability to do the siege camps while the wall was up, and a title. That was it. They even made exclusive content. How many guys didn't know this? ZOS made exclusive content for people who didn't buy the content pass. As I understand it, if I had gone to Sturk during the event and tried to do the quest where Raz sends you to investigate miners getting, soldiers getting sick, I wouldn't have been able to do it because I bought the content pass. So I had locked myself out of content by paying for the 2025 pass. That seems crazy, but as like a consolation thing for people who didn't buy the content pass, I think ZOS really went over and above to alleviate any fan fears over, well, what we're going to call FOMO content. It wasn't that. And it was a nice way of saying, fuck you, to all the people who predicted, oh, this game's going down the pan, they're resorting to, like, cheap tricks now and FOMO stuff. I was fairly sure they wouldn't do that. But you never know. Companies can make weird decisions. But yeah, they didn't do that. And I definitely think they should remain equally cautious and committed to not doing that stuff if they do Seasonal content in future, you know, temporary content which is only available for a month or two. I want the glow to match my character. But if your character's using Grim Focus, surely your character should match the... what? But then wouldn't that just be a free way to get the effect of Infinite Archive class sets? I think that now that glow... Oh, I don't know. Nah, it's an awkward one. They should either remove the glow from Grim Focus completely, or they should not allow it to be customized, because it just allows you to bypass too many other things that are set up, I feel like. Because yeah, you could go and get an Infinite Archive style and create a glow to match the character that way. I guess that would be the argument. They don't want to just duplicate. I'm not bothered, honestly. I'm surprised anyone expected it to change the color of Grim Focus, but clearly I'm in the minority. Clearly lots of people did, and I'm also surprised that anyone would care that much. But yeah, I guess if people are just meta chasing and they're slotting Grim Focus, not because they actually want assassination. Maybe they hate Nightblade and everything to do with Nightblade or Red. Yeah, I guess I just don't care. So I'm struggling to get with that. I personally want the Crux to change color, but that's unimportant. That is a good point as well. I would suggest that they need to be careful with that, because it might become harder to read. You know, if the Crux were red or orange, I can easily imagine that being harder to see. But then again, I'd like to be able to turn off the Crux and have some other way of seeing how many I've got without having to use an add-on. Because let's be real, you can't tell how many Crux you've got very easily just by looking at your character. Not in the middle of a trial. You know, it just doesn't work. It's not fit for purpose in that sense. Lily Dryad, where can I sell my gold for crowns? You just have to find someone who wants gold and has crowns. And yeah, there is every risk that they will just take your money and not give you the crowns, but that is why I would always go through, what's it called? The World Crown Exchange. WCE, it's a Discord server. And you can do it through there, and then you post feedback after every trade, and say, yeah, you know, like an Uber review. And then, you know, if somebody does screw you over, at least they won't be able to use that Discord again. Only a few things in there that I like. Bummer for me. No Gua, yeah. Join crown trading Discord servers, or when you're in a trading guild, someone will also offer their crowns there. Yeah, it can be done, you know, through friends, obviously. Like, I've bought from Kamul once or twice. I probably shouldn't say that. You don't go and ask him, guys. He needs all his crowns for stream stuff. But when he wasn't streaming on Twitch as much as he is these days, he used to often have a lot of crowns lying around and not much gold, whereas I had the opposite. So that worked out. But yeah, I usually buy from people through World Crown Exchange, and there are a couple that know me now, and if they have a high balance, they'll often just sell to me because they know who I am. Where do I find a server like that? The farm has the most fun chickens. Yeah, it does. They're very noisy. Yeah, just join something like Tamriel Crown Exchange or something. Exactly. There we go. Sea Dogs just sold 5k for 7 million. If you've got any more, hit me up. Especially if the Crown Crate season isn't that exciting to me, I'm always more inclined to use gold rather than, you know, forking out for crowns out of my own pocket. And hey, Not Pure just joined us on YouTube. Hey, Not Pure, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, everyone. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely weekend. Oh, you're out now? No worries, Sea Dogs. And welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good weekend. Don't spend all that, all those millions all at once. And sorry for the Writhing Fortress guide. I would get that removed from Nightbot. Nobody needs that shit anymore. I tell you what though, if you... I remember Lucht being here a while ago and saying this. If you are interested in the story and what went down on Solstice, what's the deal with the Worm Cult? And who was that Wormblood guy and all of that stuff? We have got a new video up there. It's not our usual guide or DPS or anything like that. It's actually sponsored by Bethesda UK. And yeah, they asked us to do a story recap. Little did we or they know that it would be an immense undertaking. It took me freaking ages to get that thing finished because I wanted to do it properly. I don't do anything by halves, like I said earlier. Just ask the missus. And yeah, as a result, it is quite a long video and it took a lot of work. And I had to resort to creative rendering. I had to render it in batches, which is not a thing I've ever had to do with an ESO video before, because it was so huge. Hey, Dovakin, thank you for the follow. And Not Pure, send all the peeps in here. I must raid and run. Catch you all soon. Thanks, man. Hope you have a lovely weekend. Good night, good night. Not Pure is in Australia. In case you're wondering why I'm wishing him a good night. So yeah, getting late-ish there, I guess. And welcome on in. If you don't know Ninja Pulls, we are a teaching guild on PC EU, PCNA. My name's Khan. I run this place together with my wife, Maya. And yeah, we have a guild. We have a YouTube channel, Twitch channel, obviously. And do all of the usual content creation things. So yeah, welcome on in. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're actually going to hop out of ESO fairly soon and over into Cyberpunk, because I did promise the peeps here. We just started a new playthrough. Literally just started. We just met Jackie. Stephen the Cavalier, welcome on in. Alright, but before we go to Cyberpunk, let's finish our little discussion. I want to hear, in fact, I'm going to stop riding around here. Let's just find somewhere pretty and go AFK for a minute. Solstice will do. I love the way the Meridian lens fucking fires every time I port to that way shrine. So I'm pretty sure even though I've finished the story, the skybox will still change when I get close enough to Gristmung Hold. Gristmung. I still think that sounds like an STD. Oh, bro, you sick! You got Gristmung off that chick. Very sexist. Sue me. Anyway. Yeah, there we go. Skybox is changing. Subtle, though. It takes a minute. So, on the bad list, catch me if I miss anything here, guys. I thought their messaging about the new pricing and the new structure for this year. This is going way back to the beginning of the year. Well, April, I guess, when we first found out about it. That was weird and bad. And it didn't occur to me how bad at the time, but the number of players who were confused, and as legendarily, as we've now said 100 times, they put the word season and pass way too close together. Seasons of the Worm Cult, content pass. You can't do that. That's going to trigger a lot of people. And there were so many tinfoil hat wearing freaks who just refused to believe that this wasn't a typical season pass. And clearly it isn't. Like, we knew within minutes of that presentation beginning that that was not what we were getting. But so many people just couldn't grok that. And I think that goes back to the messaging. You got to do better. Also, this late year communication we've had, you know, the article we had this week, about the class changes, how awesome was that? But as Schnax was saying earlier, couldn't we have had that early in the year? They went the entire year. They probably decided they were going to do this before subclassing even hit the live server. Certainly before Update 47 went on PTS. I'm sure of it. So they could have told us months earlier, BT dubs, we are thinking of doing a proper class refresh. Didn't have to give us the whole article. They wouldn't have been able to. They wanted to do that survey and everything first, but they left it for us to read between the lines. I'd read between the lines quite successfully, but lots of people jumped to conclusions, and they could have taken much better control of the discourse surrounding the game, the conversation that was happening around subclassing and what does this mean? What does this mean long term? What is us going to do about it moving forward? And instead, it became dominated by players just shit-talking the devs and fearing the worst and saying the worst and, you know, just making a bad situation seem worse than it was. So I would say definitely do better on that next year. What do you guys think? Price? The price of the content pass? I don't know, I still think it was a little too high. Especially in the first year where you're doing something different. Why not aim a little... Why not pitch it a little lower in year one? Just like, look, guys, you're getting at least as much content as you always did, and we've lowered the price slightly. That way it's a win, rather than the discussion we did have, which is, are we getting more or the same amount or less, but they're charging us more for it? It sort of meant the conversation was over before it started. Again, they just handed all the power of that narrative to the players rather than controlling it themselves, you know? And also, another thing that surprised me, having played Solstice, Western and especially Eastern Solstice, those of you who've played it, no spoilers obviously, but didn't you feel like they could have pitched that quite a lot harder? I saw one trailer, and I honestly had to go looking for it. I didn't see it pop up for me or anything like that. I saw one really cool trailer where Azar, in fact, let's actually find it. Find that trailer real quick. It's like, why wasn't there more of this? Why didn't you give us more of a sense that you had... yeah, this is from 2 weeks ago. This must be it. Yeah, this is it. Sorry, let me just switch windows for you right here. Turn the volume down a little bit. But look at this. This makes the story look really cool. And it was the first time I'd seen them doing anything quite like this.
The day is won. Bound together with the sole purpose of eliminating this worm.
I love all the returning characters that you can see. Characters from previous trailers and the You Belong Here video.
Now we take the fight to them. Into their hives, into their dens.
The worm cult guy with a spit take.
Until we root out the source of their...
But yeah, they're highlighting Azar, the military thing. They're showing Eastern Solstice, the threat, the villain.
Let their souls meet the forge.
And there's a very cool evil laugh that's coming as well.
is a win, but this is far from over.
Fallout. Nice. But do you know what I mean? I don't want to suck anyone's popsicle here, but that trailer's really good. That's really fun and interesting. Where the hell was that 6-7 months ago? Hey there, what's behind the name Ninja Pulls? A Ninja Pull is when you're... Have you ever been in a trial and your raid leader's like talking? Right, so I'll take this... and you take off tank. You take the other enemy, and we'll do it this way. And then the enemy just suddenly charges at you, and you're in the fight. That's a ninja pull. When somebody like I don't know, they'll grab a bow or something, and they'll light attack one of the enemies, or they stand too close, and this happens. You know, you just get aggro before everyone's ready. I think originally it's when somebody pulls sneakily, hence ninja. A covert sneaky pull. And it could be, like, it happens a lot in pugs. Especially if people are there just to have a laugh. And people are, like, using group chat to try and strategize a little bit. Right, we need 6 people on the left, 6 people on the right. And then somebody just ninja pulls. And then suddenly everyone just has to figure it out. That's what that means, and yeah, like, it does mean that whenever it happens in the guild, which is quite a lot, there are inevitably jokes about, hey, we're just living up to the guild's name, so in many ways, maybe we were stupid. But, I think when Maya, Xander, and I came up with the name for the guild, we were thinking of puns for the Discord ranks as well. Rank puller, boss puller, trash puller. And we liked the idea of that. And string puller was the top. That's Maya. She's the one who runs the show. So yeah, did some ninja balls last night. Poor Aheld. yeah, like Leroy Jenkins, but real. I was devastated when I learned that was all fake. It was all staged. But whatever. Earned its place as a meme. But yeah, how about that trailer? Where was that? You know, in the beginning of the year when they announced this shit, I would have loved to get a better sense of the grand stuff that was coming down the pipe. Like, I guess I knew we were going to get something pretty major, but I did my homework. I'm a content creator. I can justify doing this and making speculative videos about, ooh, Mannimarco's coming back. What does it mean? What are we going to get to see? And most people aren't going to do that. They're just not. So, yeah, if people don't understand what's coming, I think that's on the devs. You know, the way that it was marketed. There's some weird stuff about that. And similarly with the Writhing Wall, everyone knew that that was coming, but they didn't know what to expect. And I think a big part of the disappointment was that simple. People were just expecting. The devs had allowed the players to expect something that was not coming. Not until Phase 3. I was fine with Phases 1 and 2, kinda, because I'd already made my peace with how relatively uninteresting they were, because I'd done it on PTS. And I'd streamed it to anyone who was interested. I'd made video guides explaining what was happening. So anyone who really wanted to know, they could have found out. But the fact is, not everyone watches my YouTube videos. What a wonderful world it would be if they did. But it's the same point, but the other way around. If the devs have got something cool for you to see, and you don't know it's coming, that's on them. And equally, if they've got some expectations that need to be managed downwards, specifically the Writhing Wall, guys, Phases 1 and 2 are not going to be that amazing and exciting. Please don't get your hopes up too high, or you will be gutted when this thing drops. They didn't do that. And it was painfully clear, wasn't it, in weeks 1 and 2 of that event? People were just kind of bummed. Like, it wasn't that bad. We didn't have... Drop rates were a little low, but, you know, it was kind of tolerable. There were ways around it. You could group up, go to different places, yada, yada, yada. And they implemented some fixes, but basically the main thing was, oh, we were expecting something a bit cooler. This is just like any other seasonal event with just a bunch of dailies and fetch quests. Okay. So yeah, I hope they can rethink that and give us something a little bit more meaty. Especially if it's going to last 2 weeks per phase, you know what I mean? And Flippy, not to be confused with their arch nemesis guild, Shinobi Shoves. Exactly, yeah, fuck those guys. Got a real rap beef going on with them. Blowing the horn in Hellra? Yeah, I guess. Well, that isn't necessarily a pull. All it does is it's a trigger which makes the enemies run forward. If everyone's far enough away, they won't actually attack you. Man, how many of this particular survey did I get? It's a lot. Yeah, in my day we called that a Leroy Jenkins. I'd never heard it being called a Leroy or a Leroy Jenkins. It's always been a Ninja Pool ever since I started playing this game. But when someone didn't know what a Ninja Pools was, they'd say it's like Leroy in that WoW meme. But often it's not that, but it's not quite the same because he just runs in, let's just start the fight, let's go. Often it is someone being cheeky, being a dick, like the naughty kid at the back of the class, shooting a bow at one of the little ads so that they all aggro. Which is not quite the same as a Leroy, you know? I think maybe there's the distinction, but anyway, that is where the name came from. It was staged. You broke my heart. Yeah, did you not know that? It was only confirmed a few years ago. It's not real. It was never real. And I don't think they ever really intended it to come across as a real thing. But they just didn't correct anyone. They didn't correct anyone's assumption. Yeah, sadly. Whoever's voice at Manamako is just killing it, pun intended. Yeah, so they got in a new guy, a guy who's younger than me, which made me feel like a real asshole, to play Wormblood, but I think Manamako is still the original actor. This is another thing I wish ZOS would do better. It is frustratingly hard to find out who voices what. If it's not Raz, or Lyris, or, you know, one of the main characters. There are so many hundreds of characters for whom it's genuinely difficult to find out who it is. There is one of my favorite NPCs in the game. Of these like one-time characters is Olorime. I think it's partly the character. She's fun and interesting, and she's a giant, beautiful elf lady who's also a real badass, but who's really nice about it. I just love that. But her voiceover is spectacularly good. And the way it's delivered, because this is a voice actress who does a bunch of high elf voices, right? A bunch of those high elf NPCs. But she does something with the Olorime character, which is so fun and sparkly, and yeah, it's just really, really, really nice job. I still don't know who it is. There's like a short list of 2 or 3 actresses that it could be, but I'm not sure because it's impossible to find the credits. And it would be a lot of work for ZOS to iron this all out and like set it all out. But yeah, I wish that was clearer. So yeah, I need to double check that because the Manamako voiceover is quite different, as you'd think it would be 11 years later, right? Because he's not been back for obvious reasons. But I'm certain it's not the same guy that does Wormblood. Actually, no, I'm not certain. He could just do a really nice job of switching. Could be one actor doing 2 voices. Who the hell knows? The fact that I don't know and I'm interested, I think says it all. A wonderful world indeed. Yeah, Shapeless. Patch Adams agree. There are some I only know because they were in Skyrim or something else. Yeah, I mean, some of them are relatively easy to track down. But, yeah, Keith Zarabaika could be one of the ones you're thinking of, Patch Adams. He's the one he always sounds a little bit like this. I don't know why I'm doing the British thing, but he does the dark elves with a really gravelly the really gravelly thing. I can't do an impression of him because he has this incredibly unique sounding voice. But this is not just a voice actor, he's a screen actor as well. He was in The Dark Knight, he's done a ton of movies. And yeah, so he did the Dunmer in Skyrim. And he was brought back to redo the Dunmer for Oblivion Remastered. Great call. And he's used for a ton of Dunmer and High Elves in this game as well. He also voices Hircine. So when you enter March of Sacrifices and you hear, "My boon shall be given to," you know, that incredibly booming, echoey voice. That's Keith Zarabaika. He's a fucking legend. I love that guy's voice. Could listen to it all day. So he's a fairly big ticket. Yeah, it's a fairly big ticket actor, but we don't get. It's not very easy for people to find out that he's in this. I don't know where they should do that, but I feel like we should get more of that. Maybe it's a thing we need to do. We need to like break it down and do a video about it, and then maybe we can send it to ZOS and see if they will fact check it for us. I don't know. I mean, it's the kind of thing that they might agree to do, but might not have time to do. But I'd love to put that in one place, you know? A resource like that. Fezman, I'm a huge fan of the Chimera actress. Yeah, she's amazing. Emily O'Brien. And Chimera is specifically such a great job. Yeah, you're right. Especially her singing as the bard in Rimmen. I keep forgetting. People keep mentioning that to me, that that's her. But yeah, Emily O'Brien is terrific. And go and talk to Chimera. Like, to me, Chimera is just a lovely voiceover. It's another Khajiit. It's got the rolled R's, it's got the swan and all. Yeah, the usual stuff. When you actually pay closer attention, she's really subtle with it. And it's character first, Khajiit accent drag second. Which has got to be really difficult to do. It's one of the things that the, I always forget this guy's name, but the one who does Raz, he dresses up very, very lightly in the Khajiit accent as well. Which is kind of amazing foresight by him. Because when he was brought on to do that character, why did he make the choice to go so subtle? Why not just go big, Puss in Boots? You know? That would have worked, but the fact the character turns out to be much more nuanced and they do a lot more with him than you perhaps would have expected just from the base game. It means that him choosing this really light touch with his voiceover, he doesn't like sink really deep into the rar, you know, or that Khajiit noising. Yeah, I love it. I could talk about this for hours. But let's not. Let's actually... It's high time. We should hop on over to Cyberpunk. But I think that was my list complete. I think that was it. Oh yeah, disappointing trial. And sets is the other thing. And obviously phases 1 and 2 of the Writhing Wall. We talked about that. Disappointing. And phase 3 was too buggy. But sounds like I didn't miss anything. I can't log in on PCNA. Anyone else? No! That sucks. Iliatsa. Sorry to hear that. I couldn't tell you on PCEU right now. There's also April Stewart, who does Cardena from the Fighters Guild, uncredited, I think. Yeah, that's the thing. When they do multiple characters, they tend to go uncredited. Dark Elf Male is what they'll have next to their name. And that's kind of it. And that's what makes it so unfortunate. I totally see why they have done it that way, but it can make it really difficult to find out whose performance it is that you've really, really appreciated. Alright, let's fire up Cyberpunk, guys. I've changed the category. Please don't go anywhere. We'll continue with the same chat. We can talk about ESO. We can talk about any old games you want. Whatever. But yeah, we started doing a Cyberpunk playthrough. at the end of our ESO streams. And this will be the second one. So stick around. And we'll have some fun. This is an excellent, excellent game. Very different kind of game from ESO. Obviously. But, yeah, let me see if I can... It's taking a while to boot up for some reason. Dude. Oh, here we go. Took a suspiciously long time to load. Ballorda's gonna check, thank you for that. Christopher Corey Smith is Raz, that's it. Guy seems as charismatic as his character. Yeah, right? I gotta change the title and category on YouTube as well. Okay, so the screen hasn't flipped for whatever reason. Sorry about that. Come on, why is this game not behaving today? Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. I've only just got to the menu screen. There we go. And speaking of voice actors, there's some phenomenal voice acting in this game as well. So we had a few people who hadn't played it last time we were here, saying, oh, maybe I should finally get around to it. Just do a little frame rate test here. It looks a little bit wonky, doesn't it? Yeah, that's no good. What's up with that? Everything is maxed out, that's probably why. Let's just turn a few things down a little bit. Oh, we don't need any of this shit. Definitely no motion blur. I haven't streamed it that many times on this machine. Used to stream it from Maya's machine. So I'm still not entirely, like, up to speed on how far we can push it. But yeah, that's already quite a bit better. Alright. So here we are.
Kirk?
We'll have to replay this scene, because this is where the game auto-saved.
Good luck.
Ballorda, thank you for checking. Was able to get in, but loading character took pretty long. Okay. Oh yeah, thank you for checking. Agreed, Iliata, yeah.
Let's take this piece of
So this is right at the beginning of the game. We've basically just found our feet. We're playing as, female V, street kid.
Fire her up and call me when you're underway.
And this is the bullshit job that you get. You're basically, the way the game begins is you've got a friend who's in trouble with a shark and a loan shark. And they need you to bail them out. So you go talk to the guy and he's like, well, okay, yeah, I've got this job you can do for me. And the job stinks from the get-go. And here's where it all goes wrong. And this sets V off on her...
Looks like this'll be a cool breeze.
On her path, basically. Thanks, Ballorda. Legend.
Get the fuck out.
Fuck!
You can drive. Now out.
What are you doing?
Chingados.
I would love it if you had the opportunity to kick Jackie's ass. Or to start beating his ass when the cops show up. That's totally what my V would do.
On the ground, motherfuckers, now!
She's not that smart. If someone sticks a gun in her face, she'll just, like, kick off.
Jackie Wells, my old pal from the hood. See you haven't grown an ounce wiser.
Oh yeah, guys, when we made the character, you guys were correct. Maya had some things to say. She wanted to redo the character, so it's had a few cosmetic changes. Once we're done here, I can show you.
Speaking of,
Oh, there we go. I can show you right away. So she's pretty much the same. But yeah, Maya did make the boobs bigger, as somebody predicted. And she gave her longer, cooler nails than I did. Which is actually a really good call, because it's the one part of the character that you constantly see, is the hands. But yeah, she looks pretty fucking badass.
your
I'll
mug's
admit.
familiar too. Come on, spit it out. I'm
Yours
waiting.
ain't to me.
Left for Atlanta, looking for a slice of happiness. Guess you didn't find it. I've always maintained it's the same for
Speaking
all
of
you
games
termites.
and their year in
Born
review,
here,
man,
here,
Cyberpunk has had a great year.
looks like I was right.
It's starting to overtake The Witcher 3 in terms of its earnings.
Truth hurts, huh?
It's nowhere near how much money The Witcher 3 made. Obviously, that was like... Oh, it was like 6 years before or something. But relative, you know, for the amount of time they've been out, I think this one has now overtaken it.
And then what?
Which is crazy, given that it was basically a flop when it launched.
Standing room only nowadays in a
No matter which game, I will make boobs pretty small. I will. That is often my instinct to just go average because I don't want to be that guy.
Trash.
Maya will
Down in
always go
custody,
for
Mr. Fujioka.
the most hourglass
taken
shape. I feel like
It's a waste of effort. I have no
because
time to
as a
testify
straight
or play in
woman,
an investigation.
she doesn't. There's no.
Suggesting we let him go, sir?
I suggest you
There's none of
trust
that
the
baggage
ministry.
hanging over that decision. But for me,
Conflict
as a
will
straight
so
man,
this trash doesn't flow.
I don't know.
You heard him.
Feels like a cheap move. Don't be that guy. But a lot of video games have the exaggerated shape of the female body just to... Because video games are all about being able to read something very quickly.
Wasn't sure we'd worm out of that alive.
It's a thing in monster design as well, you know? That you've got to be able to read level design, monster design, character design very, very quickly. And that is the one excuse. Video games also, obviously, traditionally, historically aimed at young men. That's part of it as well. But one of the reasons why the early Elder Scrolls games, for instance, have these very exaggerated beards and boobs is to make it, to give the character an identity when you've only got, you know, a few dozen pixels to work with. All my characters got nice asses. Alright, Belorda, noted. Belorda, very much an ass girl.
No, Stents wouldn't do us like that.
You sure about that?
Uh-huh. He's Haywood born, bred, and grown like us. Hates suits as much as you do. Did what he had to do. That's it.
So this is like the legendary
If I had come, you'd
introduction
be cruising Night City in
to
section
Jackie.
wheels right now.
One of the great characters.
Come on. Job was toxic from the start.
Yeah, the outfit's on the
Even
TS
Kabuki
Arena
under the
cover,
King of
yeah.
Magic can't get
I think
around
that's
a
just
law
more
like that.
marketing.
Should've
I don't
known
think
it
it's
had
a way. We need to
video
establish
now.
that this character is female. Put some sex on the cover.
Maybe not,
That'll help.
'cause God ordained.
The sad thing is, it probably did.
Jackie Wells.
V.
That's a lot of blood
I know you.
coming out of his
You
mouth
hang at the Coyote.
and nose.
Wait, Wells? Like Mama Wells? Thought I recognized the name.
She's my blood, all right. Coyote's her dive.
Only like nice asses in video
Strange
games.
you and I
You have to
never
limit
met
it to video
before.
games. Why limit yourself?
Got the job to steal those wheels at the Coyote. From Kirk.
You work with that sewer slug?
Pepe owes him big and can't afford to pay, so I stepped up.
Gotta wonder about Pepe letting Slimy Kirk boss him around like that.
So the bar where the
Wait,
game
what's
started, his mum
Backed
owns
by
that place.
cartels.
Cartels? No, listen. I know those cartel types, and I guarantee you, none of them have even heard of Kirk. El Cabron's gotta learn. He don't do people in Haywood dirty.
El
Come on.
Cabron.
Let's go have some lunch.
Lunch?
You would not believe my mama's chili. Best in town. Getting one of my good feelings.
About what?
About us. Sense a kind of chemistry.
You totally think he's hitting on you if you're playing a lady character. Turns out he's not really.
Come on. I'm fucking starved.
All right, so this is going to kick off a really fun cutscene. I'm just going to shut up and let it play. How's the audio, guys? It's it shouldn't be too loud. Is it about right? But order just a scratch. Tis but a scratch. RL, I'm into other qualities. Yeah, but that doesn't mean a nice ass doesn't help. Whatever the sexuality, whatever the gender. Am I right?
Come on.
Okay, food it
No
is.
fear.
Let's go.
Trust me.
Hello there, Night City!
This is fun.
Stanley here with you, and we got another day ahead of us in this city of dreams.
Just turning it up for a minute.
Ooh, I love this town. Love it like you might love a mother who popped you out on the steps of an orphanage once and now stops you to ask if you got a smoke for her. Every new day here means 100 new arrivals, but only half these gonks will survive a year, and that's if it's a good one. And why do these peeps come to NC? Well, to be streets.
The cuts are really nice. Yeah. Very economic storytelling. Oof.
The faster you live, the faster you burn out. If you don't get a bullet to the brain first.
You
AC's Legends. Know where you'll find most of them? The graveyard. Matters not where you're from. Matters not where you start. What matters here is the walk you walk. In Night City. The city of dreams.
There we go. Yeah, in any third-person game when you're 90% staring at your
looking for
ass,
somewhere
might
in
as
this
well be a
building.
good one. Yeah.
Probably
Too
crawling
true.
with the pendejos that kidnapped her. Eyes and ears open.
It's just a
alright?
fine line. Like I've never had
rich.
that job, but I imagine it's
Get you
probably
little
the kind of thing
something.
that we take for
Little
granted. It
trading
might actually be
card.
difficult to
Guess you need to
to
brush up on
land
your
the
dance
perfect
moves. Down for some
balance
target
between,
practice
like,
in VR?
making something look good, making it pop, no pun intended, but not like just sexualizing everything, because that's lame as hell. It puts me off a lot of
Well.
games that might otherwise be pretty good fun. Like Genshin, legendarily difficult for people to get into because everything is sexualized. No matter how young the character looks, it's like, becomes a problem for some people. Other people, it's fine. Not an issue, but you know what I mean? I
Well?
don't think we need to do the tutorial.
Not now, Jack. No time. Maybe later.
Sure. Mañana.
Will Kako give you any tips and tricks for the job?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
your
why, yeah.
mother. Just do what I pay you for. It's easy work. Sha.
Let's do this.
Speaking of voiceovers, Jackie Wells' voiceover, absolutely
This way.
brilliant. Great writing as well. Like, the way they sprinkle in a bunch of Spanish words all over the place, that could so easily be corny and not work very well, but yeah, they nail it. Oh, sorry, buddy.
Targets Sandra Dorset. Target's Biomon went mute a couple hours back. Suspected abduction. Target could have possibly flatlined already. Not sure you're in time.
We're in time, Bug. We. Sure you're on phones, but that don't make you any less part of this squad.
Squad. Charming.
I love Bug. She's fucking awesome.
Bug, could at least try to be nice.
You want nice, supportive? Call a damn helpline.
Oh yeah. There's so much tood in this game as well. I love that. Like, games, it is their job to, like, usher us along and make sure that we know where we're going. But I love it when the NPCs in the world go against that and just do nothing but get in your way.
Ugh, I hate this life or death shit. Her, try hacking the door. Think you can trip it on your own, V?
Will always be one of my favorite things about Morrowind. That everyone there in that world is just a dick to you. At least at first. Night City has bits of that. Anything interesting here? Fresh meat. We won't forget your dead man walking. From Victor. That could be our buddy, Victor. The Ripper Doc. If any of your lackeys show up here again, they're in for worse than a split jaw. That's not an empty threat. Try me, motherfuckers. Yeah, that's Victor. Jackie getting impatient.
Are we fucking late? Is that her? Is that our target?
Sandra Dorsett's protected under Echelon 2 Corpo immunity. Our girl's top shelf. This one's packing black market Zeta Tech repros. Typical back alley fix-ups. Not our lucky gal. Let's keep looking.
Critical cyberware missing, flatline. So they ripped the implants out of her head. It's really rugged. And this is just the, hang on, remind me guys, if you start as a nomad or as a corpo, you still end up here, don't you? This is all three paths converge on this bit. It's just the very beginning that's different. So this is in many ways your introduction to the game that is universal. This level of crime and treatment of other people. Why would anyone want to stay here in this world? You need to cool off. Chill out. That's the line, isn't it? Jesus. Cyberpulse Gaming 2077. Hey, Cooking Koalas, how's it going? And Chappie, it's the same for all three. Yeah, I thought so. It's just been a while since I did a new playthrough. But yeah, so this is where the game kind of gets its gloves off. Like, okay, this is the world you're in, and that's crucial. It's a real shithole. Especially if you've just come from the Corpo or the Nomad start point of the game. You've seen the beautiful, I mean, it's desert, but you know, the nice savannah outside the city. And if you've been a Corpo, you've seen the glittering skyscrapers and all that shit, all the wealth and the glitz. And now you're here.
On your toes. More bodies ain't coming. They're almost on you.
Fuck these Reapers. Oh yeah, V, they're coming. Wait for your chance. Pick the prick off.
Pick the prick off. Sounds painful. Beautiful Barbarian did an intense trial. Just looked at stream and see boobs. Yeah, traumatized boobs.
Cabrones. Thick as locusts. Let's meet a planet spree. Take one down. Just real quiet. Hey, grab the one closest. Let's take him. Suerte.
The kill animations are pretty, and the noise, pretty fucked up.
Probably not the last of them.
So you're playing this on Left Man, Bear Nugs, to see you in action. Oh no way, thank you. This is a very hard playthrough. We've just started it, Yeah, we're set on the highest difficulty. And we are going to be doing this. We're just going to 100% this game. I think that is the plan. Sit down. One nice thing about this, though, as well, apart from setting the scene for the story, this is like introducing the orcs in Lord of the Rings, or the demons in Doom, or something, you know? These are bad, bad guys. We've seen what they're up to. We have no issues with, like, emptying a cartridge into them, or snapping their necks from behind, or whatever, you know? This is a cool thing that you can do from the very start, is to mark your enemies. Helps you keep an overview of what's going on. Hey, there's Maya! Boobs are nice, nothing wrong with them. Ain't that the truth? Belorda spitting facts here. Jackie just appears over there and takes the guy out. Love it. Yeah, beautiful barbarian. It is cyberpunk. We are in Night City, baby. The city of dreams. Maya, how's it going? Do I need to come and pick you up soon? Did you want a 2:30 or a 3 o'clock? That is a boss type, dude. Let's see. Have you seen that video by Annie Austin about living a normal life? No, I don't think I have. That sounds interesting, Cyborg. And yeah, Cooking Koalas, welcome on in. Lovely to have you here. I'd hate to drag you away from Man Bear, though. And the mighty beard. Sounds like such faint praise to call someone a really nice guy. Sounds like a really low-key compliment, but you know what I mean? Like, he's such a lovely dude. Can we distract this guy with anything? Ah, that didn't work. Motherfucker. Whoa.
Room he's in looks out on the balcony. Got a window on the left. Give me 2 seconds to grease the lock.
Yeah, that gun really hurts.
Hack on the door's just cleared. Watch yourselves. Scavs are still crawling. Clean it up, clean it out. Don't want to be bringing the target out.
Are you saying I need to flank him?
No way. Not me.
Game bugging out a little bit there. Thank you. Oh, Jackie just takes him out. I was trying to figure out what he meant by flanking him. The game isn't bug free.
Look around. Gotta be there somewhere.
But that's pretty funny. I've not seen that one before. I remember the first time I played this, didn't understand the instructions and shot my gun, got annihilated. Yeah. Is this a challenge run? Not particularly, just the highest difficulty, and we want to 100% this bitch. Mostly because we just love the game, love the setting, love the world. It ain't perfect, but man, it comes incredibly close at times. So yeah, it's kind of a challenge run, truly, but yeah, not quite. 3 p.m. Okay, Maya, gotcha. Man Bear Nug is a wonderful being. Yeah, very well put. Just a real mensch, I reckon. Artyom, got a lot of good stuff. Hand from Zetatech. Militech lock on sights. Aerocycle hormone regulator. Blech. They got some skin of someone. Yeah, here we go.
Fucking Christ.
So this is
I think I got her.
probably too late
Got
for
her
me to say
target.
this, but this is quite disturbing.
She alive?
About to find out.
V, Jack and Tor Biomon. Need to know what we're dealing with.
She's in a tub of
does
ice,
not look
crammed in
good.
with another. Fuck. Like slabs of meat.
Keep it together, V. If she survives, she won't remember a thing. Tiny scar on the subconscious, that's all.
Heard people who live through shit like this get panic attacks.
Nice Guys, what a guy gets called when he gets friend zoned. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm talking about. That kind of weird stereotype there,
Jack
stupid
and Tor
stereotype.
Biomon, we need to know what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Jacking in.
It's that phrase, nice guys finish last, you know? Like calling something schön in German, nice in English, is just a little bit meh. Sounds like you don't really mean...
Sandra
Sounds like you don't really mean it.
570442.
You know what I mean?
Team Platinum.
Platinum? Shit. Trauma should have swooped in if she sneezed.
Guessing they jammed the transmitter, Sig.
So much world building here.
Biomon, firmware reconfig, or a neurovirus.
I live for this shit. I would love to learn more about this for the rest of my life.
Ice, hooks, and cleavers.
Scott Munchers has.
Because it's not just
Got an idea.
world
Check her
building
neural
and
port.
storytelling. It
Target
is
card,
teaching the
bullet.
player how to
That'll be
play,
what's
what
in
they're
the
dealing with, what to do, what works, what characters are like, how to achieve how to get the results you want, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Can't we just get
And
her
a
out of
really,
here?
really beautifully,
We got
slickly
her
designed
still. Can't lose her.
sequence
We
in a
need
video
that
game can
Biomon
do
working,
all of those
checking for
things.
hemorrhages, Whatever. Find that shard and yank it.
Right, let's go.
Found the shard. Removing now.
Check the Biomon. Anything change?
Greetings, Sandra. If you are conscious, assume recovery position now. An emergency evacuation.
Cooking koalas. I'm working on making 40 mini chicken jalapeno poppers. Fried tortilla rolls.
Biomon
Wow.
I'll be here in 3 minutes.
That sounds amazing. I love that they just talk so much jargon. Yeah, exactly. You don't get it at first. But we know that
get
this
her off that
works.
ice.
Think of, again, we've mentioned Star Wars a bunch of times today. Perfect thing to mention right here. You know, Star Wars gets a lot of credit, the first 3 movies especially, and deservedly so. Less so for some of the more recent stuff. But think about that first movie. What do we learn? We learn almost nothing. We see Leia for like an instant, then she gets knocked out. And we spend most of the beginning of the movie with 2 non-human characters, one of whom doesn't even speak English. He's just beeping and booping. They're on a desert planet. We've got no foothold in terms of culture or anything, but we understand what we've been dropped into, and we pick up certain cues, and we just get with it. It's actually fucking clever. Lucas doesn't get enough credit, like, because it's so famous. We just kind of take it for granted that, well, this was a huge hit. It wasn't when it was being made. It was some low-budget, weird-ass B-movie that was probably gonna do moderately well at the box office, I guess. Alec Guinness had no idea. He thought it would probably never even get released. He had no idea he'd be playing this legendarily, culturally significant character. Hello there, you know? And you can do that kind of stuff if you're signposting the player or the viewer in all the right ways, but you fuck with them a little bit with some of the other signaling, like the jargon that's used, Clockwork Orange type stuff.
Jack, look sharp. Not done yet. Don't know who's out there.
Locked and ready, V. Do your thing.
Can I have some? Maya says, yeah, sure. Awesome. Yeah, that's Maya's bag. That kind of food. Well, any kind of food, really, to be honest. Maya being a chef.
Fuck!
She's flatlining.
V, need to know what's going on.
Jackie, air hypo. Fuck, this is bad.
Catch, Chica!
I think. Oh shit, it worked.
Fuera, Chica. Get her outside. Fuera, get her out. Terrace.
Yeah, it's all very, very calculated. You get the brutality of this and like a full frontal female nudity right away, but there is nothing sexual about this. This is horror territory and nothing but. It's so disturbing.
Initiating security protocol. Follow all instructions.
And the fact that
Place the patient on the ground.
the fact that the medics in this world are like the scariest thing we've seen so far.
5 steps back. Now.
So they did remove some of her cyberware.
133 to control. Patient NC570442 secured. Stimulants being administered. 70 milligrams dopamine. 110 norepinephrine.
Yeah, it is a
100 fibrinogen.
it is a punch in the gut and a slap in the face in terms of an introduction to the world, isn't it? Wow. Followed by a bucket of ice water. Or a bathtub of ice water, for that matter. They just speak non-stop garbage slang. I love it. Well, eventually, when they say Nova, Preem, you get it. You get exactly what they're talking about. I love that you can just jump off this ledge as well. Like, we are in the map. This is not a talk about level design. We're not on a level with a loading screen. I could jump out the window. I would die, unfortunately, but we are not in a locked off part of the game here.
Let's get out of here.
I would love to see, I can't wait to see what
Shit show's over.
CD Projekt do with
Cutting my wires now. See you in the near future.
what they do with, like, you know, when they're working with even less of a net.
Mind if I borrow your wheels?
Wants to borrow our car? Come on, dude.
I got a date with Misty, but I can't take the metro. How's it gonna look for me?
Won't leave you hanging, Jack. But don't get used to it.
Look at the way he walks. Such a tough guy walk.
How about I drive
Man,
you
if I walked like that, Maya would take the piss out of me all of the time.
I'm beat as it is.
Just like the arms spread. Like,
Wakako in the hollow.
it's the just try it, motherfucker walk. Yeah, Metal Man, good game. Played it through 8 times with different endings. I didn't do quite that, but I've seen almost every ending by, like, reloading and just playing the finale different ways. But yeah, this would be my my 3rd/4th character. One of them doesn't really count. Oh yeah, we got to call Wakako. She's cool. But Lord, I've been eating all day and I'm still hungry. Oh, I know that feeling, yeah. It's actually for church banquet tomorrow. Cooking koalas, so they're easy to make. I just need a break every 10. Fair enough. This game turned out a lot better than Starfield. I mean, very, very different games. But, yeah, cramming all the content into one place. I want to say one place. Night City is freaking vast. And all of this countryside as well is explorable. It's actually wild. They, like, consulted with urban planning people and infrastructure and all that stuff to make this a plausible thing. You know, they went all Rockstar with it. Starfield is not that. But yeah, I got a lot more out of this than I did with Starfield, I must say. It feels packed. And it feels heartbreaking when you finish all the things that the game has available to you in a certain area, and you walk around and it suddenly goes back to being just a game. And I've said this before, it may not make sense to people who've not played it, but that moment when the illusion breaks, there's a sadness there. That happens way earlier in Starfield. You're constantly reminded of how empty the universe is in that game. So that doesn't really happen. They successfully avoid that in Cyberpunk for a long, long time. The expansion is amazing. Yeah, Phantom Liberty. That was very good. Maya. Boobs! Interestingly enough, I picked up jalapenos in a jar that said sweet heat. So it tastes more like candied jalapenos. And I got this so the kids can enjoy the crispy tortilla rolls too. Nice. Man, you're making me hungry. Give me a break, cooking koalas. No, but thank you for sharing.
Our client is alive and well.
She'll live, yeah.
Of course she's alive and well. It's what we agreed, isn't it?
Splendid. Your payment awaits you. ready to come and grab whenever you like.
Speaking of great voiceovers.
But I guess home is the only place you wish to be now.
Check out Wakako.
The NCPD has surrounded Watson. The district is closed. If you're to make it past the cordon, you must move fast.
Thanks for the heads up.
I mean, I really have to gain weight, but I'm getting exhausted eating and getting food permanently. Yeah, I remember you saying.
The NCPD is gonna put Watson on lockdown. If I'm gonna sleep in my own bed tonight, we better put it in 5th.
Leave it to me, chica. I'm driving.
Yeah, the game won't let you drive right away. It wants to maintain the illusion of, like, cinematic immersion a little bit longer. As soon as you get behind the wheel, that shit breaks. Because driving in this game, especially with a mouse and keyboard, is not the smoothest experience. It takes a little bit of getting used to. So I think that was a very wise move to have your first few car journeys be driven by other people. And so you can just enjoy the view. Yeah, so this is still very scripted, obviously. Like, this song is programmed to come on.
Can't stop digging Night City.
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, chica. Not just any
Yeah, most heartbreaking thing is no respawns. Yep. Pick up your woman and have her make you some. I'll be going to see Maya fairly soon, but
Legends are born here.
I made myself a pretty fancy breakfast. Some eggs, crumpets, kimchi ketchup, and a spicy tortilla sauce. Man, that was pretty good.
Jackie.
Truly, I can't lie, everything about the vehicles in this game looks bad. Even watching Jackie steer is awkward. He's a bit big for this car.
Hello. I don't like this. Not one tiny bit.
Okay, so this is going to take a while because we're on the highest setting.
Keep her steady.
Jesus. Man, these guys hit like a truck.
Holy fuck!
So I can take out the driver.
Got you, assholes! V, aim for the driver!
Nice. The more panicked or angry he gets, the more Spanish he speaks. I love that. That's so true.
It's okay.
That's like me when I'm around the house and like stub my toe. For Satan! Or something like that. Oh, true. The cars look like run on rails? So, yeah, they don't. They actually don't. I think it's the ways that they turn a little bit awkwardly when you're not driving. The NPCs steer in a very robotic manner. But they're not on rails. NPCs can have accidents. Things can fuck up. I once had to... I lost like 20 minutes of gameplay because River Ward got into an accident and caused a freaking panic. And a huge... Like, loads of people died. I was just watching.
Officer, ma'am. Damn, are we ever lucky we ran into you.
Really? What's it that makes me so special?
Heart of gold? Because only somebody with a heart of gold can understand just how much I need to get back to my girl.
Your girl?
Uh-huh. I'm gonna be worried sick if I don't show. I mean, I'm trying to be a stand-up guy. Giving me a chance. Waiting.
That's a shame.
Look at him. No model citizen, maybe, but he's a good kid.
It's just a dumb little moment of levity after all the horror we just saw.
Through. But they're the last.
Yeah, Koalas, they made some great improvements with mouse and keyboard driving. I'm fine with it now, just initially it's awkward. Right? Still think it's best to have your controller ready. Yeah, it works. And I just use the bike.
She took a liking to you.
Devotion I demonstrated grabbed her by the gut. I'm loyal.
Yeah, that's the word. It just seems robotic. The fucking bullet hole in the...
You get it.
I don't think that's scripted. I don't think that's always there. I could be wrong. Cars all like they run on rails, yeah. And wow, finally managed to be full. Grilled cheese did the job. Nice. Oh, those guys are in so much trouble.
Doesn't look like your average bust.
These ain't your average badges. That's Max Tac. It's PD's apex predators. MTAC rolls in when things fly out of hand.
We actually have to fight Max Tac in the expansion. That sucked on the highest difficulty. That's genuinely really hard. I had to do it like 8 times. So that's some NPC that probably walked into the car. That's my point. Not everything is as scripted as it looks. I'd say very, very little of the game is.
Almost at your place.
But yeah,
What about you?
there are certain moments where they take control of the camera by getting you in a car like this. They get V like leaning or sitting or doing something, and that's when they do tend to script things a little bit more. Make sure that, you know, when something happens, it's in frame, or they'll control the weather. They'll make it so that it's always foggy when a particular thing is happening. It's just the pathetic fallacy, you know, where we ascribe feelings to the weather.
Sweet dreams then.
It just enhances the storytelling.
I will. Ahí luego.
Or it just looks cool. But yeah, the way he turned just there didn't seem right. Yeah, you immediately see what I mean about the infrastructure. Like, they put all of this stuff in here. I don't know, I don't think I would notice if it wasn't there, but the fact that it is here immediately makes the place seem like more grounded. I don't know, there's a genuine question mark in my mind whether it's all worth it, but I feel like it is in this case. I really want to try this game, but don't know about playing FPS RPGs. It's very, very good. And the issues that you've seen with the cars will probably mostly go away. If you try it.
And our second guest is Karina Lee, host of the Chip In program, which promotes the use of cybernetic implants. How's life treating you, beautiful?
That's got to be just like for performance. They can't have the frames per second be too high on these TVs, because there are places where there are loads of them. That's a little unfortunate that it looks so, because that's terrible. What is that, like 15 FPS? It's fine if you're really far away. Somehow it doesn't read. I guess that's why they did it. It's like, apparently one of the big performance improvements they made in Left 4 Dead. Remember, this is 2011. 2007. 2011 was the second one, I think. Or was it 2009? Whatever. 2007 was the original Left 4 Dead. Quite late in the process, apparently, they removed the pupils from the infected. So they gave them those milky white eyeballs with no pupil. And that was done for performance reasons. They're like, well, how can we reduce the amount of information on screen at any one time? And that was an easy way to do it, and it made the monsters look more fucked up and scary. Or we could check the weapon stash. I love things like that. Wait, what? Is your weapon stash... No. I thought for a moment the weapon stash is like saved between characters, but it isn't. There are some things that are just account wide, so to speak. So we've got a couple of nice swords in here, some nice guns that we can use. Hell yeah. Pat Jones, to be fair to you, from what I know of Danish, is very colourful swearing. It kind of doesn't, actually. I'd say it's quite... It can get quite visceral, but it's not like exotic in terms of it, you know, choice of words. We can choose between these later. Let's just grab them. Which sword? The pink one or the blue one? Let's go with the pink. It's more cyberpunky. Get some cool threads for V as well. I don't think we'll want the headgear. So hang on. So we can't actually put... Oh, there we go. What the fuck is that? That's our starting outfit, or did we just loot that from someone? Yeah, that looks pretty badass. That'll do for now. We can level up as well. We'll do that later. Alright. Day 1. Done. But yeah, TrueLip. Game is great. Like, I absolutely love it. I'm very biased. But they have... It has been a real labor of love and commitment to the players that they've sorted it out. You know, they released it in, frankly, an unforgivable state. But they did go back and get their shit together. And then some. So yeah. Cooking koalas. I'm still perplexed by women who are like 4 foot petite and tiny and are dating men who are like 6'5" and are built like Jackie. My mind goes straight to them lying in bed together. I think the guy rolling over could crush her.
When I jacked into that Corpo's biomon. Don't know, a neurovirus or... Need to see Vic. Let him tell me what's got my head reeling and my stomach churning.
Okay, let me take you. I brought you a ride. Yeah, throw on some threads, meet me downstairs.
Throw on some threads. Such trendy chatter. I gotta say, even though we kind of live in a shithole apartment here, kind of digging the views. It's not the worst, is it? This nice reference to Demolition Men. If you know, you know. Cooking koalas. That is yeah, that's an interesting image. I actually had a friend that I met through work years and years ago. One of the tallest and biggest men I've ever known.
How did you find me?
He was 6'7" and rugby build, you know, very, very big guy. And his wife was not the smallest lady I've ever met, but she was really tiny. And it did really make you wonder.
Open up!
We got a call! We're here to help!
We know you're in there!
Eviction notice. Nice. So, if like, anyone was into this game and just feels that they could use more time in this world, obviously we've got Cyberpunk, whatever, you know, the next one, Cyberpunk 2078. It's not called that, I don't think. That's coming at some point, but it's still years away. But you can watch the movie Dredd, as in Judge Dredd, but not the Judge Dredd with Sylvester Stallone. Just Dredd, with Olivia Thirlby, Carl Urban, Lena Headey is in it. Donald Gleason's in it as well. Fuck yeah.
Hey, yo, V. How about a round or two? What do you say?
Oh, this thing's gonna kick my ass. On high difficulty.
Just gave me a next-gen ass.
Some women love a big teddy bear to snuggle in bed with.
Curious to see how he handles the life.
Maybe it's that.
So how about
and like Split remember Royd's shrink your dinky so that woman ain't satisfied. Jesus. Tallest guy I was in a relationship was more than 20 centimeters taller than me. Was annoying. Yeah, so the height disparity between these two my friends, would have been much more than that. Much more. Probably more than 30 centimeters. Yeah, Cooking Koalas. I've seen that movie. It's good, right?
How's it going? Fight's about to start. Not gonna watch? Take notes?
Malone versus Hernandez? Nah. Our chrome friend here don't watch TV. Don't talk.
A chrome friend.
Only way he communicates is with them fists.
Hey, Vezok, how you doing? Happy birthday for tomorrow, man. What are you up to?
Where'd you get him, Fred?
Off the street. Saw him looking up at me.
I like to play catch. In my case, I'm 5'5".
So I took the poor
And Amanda is a good few inches taller than me. That works too. There's an old cyberpunk movie with Keanu Reeves called Johnny Mnemonic. Yeah, I've seen that. That is good fun. It's not great.
And a tumor mine tossed in a few upgrades. Now here we
Mr. Anderson. Oh, wait, different film. Sorry. Right, this is gonna absolutely shred me.
Keep that head moving.
I'm out of practice, so I'm gonna fuck this up because this is on the highest difficulty. Oh, jeez. Oh man, I get no parry window at all. Oh no, I do. There we go. Damn, that thing hurts. Oof. Yeah, this is harder than I'm making it look. Hey, I got it. I thought I'd have to take it all the way down to 0. Look at that, the level of detail is so fun, man. They don't need to do that. They just don't need to go this far in terms of detail. They just fucking love what they do. It's the only explanation. Hey, we won. Cooking Koalas, I think both are good, but the Carl Urban one is really well done. Oh, the Sylvester Stallone one is famously corny. The Judge Dredd with Rob Schneider in it as well. I'll not lie, I enjoyed it. We watched it just for fun. We did like a whole bunch of cyberpunky movies years ago. I think when we first started playing this game after, I think it was just before they did the 2.0 update. 2.0, you know what I mean. And yeah, there's some really good ones out there. We rewatched Blade Runner 2049, or whatever it's called. Vastly inferior to the original, but still pretty damn good. And yeah, that Dredd movie is solid, man. Really, really good.
You go in the ring yourself?
Not anymore. Skull's taking too much of a beating. Reflexes ain't what they used to be.
There's ways of fixing that. Korenzikov should do the trick.
Rather dish out my eddies for something else. It's time I started taking it easy.
Yeah, if you escape from a career of boxing looking as good and intact as this guy does, look at him. I think you've done alright. I can see why he wants to quit while he's ahead. Vezok, today I'm not sure. Tomorrow's gonna go probably going for food. Today's a chill day. It was raining from Wednesday until yesterday. Ah, enjoy that chill day then.
You mentioned something about fighting?
Cooking Koalas. I like taller women. Tallest woman I ever took out on a date was 6'2".
You've got sharp instinct, good edge.
When you're short, there's something about putting your arms around a tall woman's waist that just feels good.
These fights. Let's just say that.
Man, I told you about this girl who was
very.
She must have been 6'5", 6'6". She was really huge.
I get a small percentage.
And this is when I was at school. I was like 17.
You get the rest.
Man, likes to play catch would have been just out of control around this chick.
Sounds fair.
It's like I said. Good instinct. Fights happen in different parts of the city. You choose where you want to go. Put down your eddies,
especially in the boxing in this game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the final opponent that you get to fight in this questline is... What's he called? The Rhino? No.
That all clear?
Crystal.
He's got some horrendous nickname.
Setting foot outside or what? Not yet. You can start in Kabuki. I believe in you, V. Time to show this city what you're made of.
All right, nice. So we sent us our winnings. When their eyes go blue like that, that means they're wiring you money or deeds or something. I'd be the right height for something. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, that was the joke that we would always make. Well, I didn't, but my friends, where she was very, very short compared to him, it was almost, the height disparity was almost that bad. It was like, you come up to just the right spot. But yeah, they made the joke, so no one else had to.
Let's have a look.
So he's got a gun for us. Nice. This is supposed to be our gun that he was repairing?
Thanks a lot.
I would love to see Bethesda try and implement some of the dialogue stuff, like, you know, that it just activates the fact that you can talk. You don't go into a UI or anything. You just become able to talk with them once you're close enough. And you can still move around, you can still look around, you can talk with your back to them, whatever. You can keep doing your thing, and you just walk away. I'd love to see them try that in future games. I think they'd be open to it. They've got to have looked at it, because with Fallout 4, remember, they tried doing quite different, like, camera shifts during dialogue. Not everyone loved it. I thought it worked well for the most part, but yeah, I'd be the right height for something so they could crush your face in a single punch. Yep. It's generally scary shit. Alright. Well, let's go and talk to Jackie, and then we'll be ready for the next leg of the story. Yeah, so this is kind of the first time. There are parts of the city that are locked off still, but this is kind of the first time the game really just gets out of your way. You know, this is you're on your own now, good luck moment in Night City. It's a pretty good reveal.
Woman of the hour. Jeez, it took you long enough. Up an appetite just waiting. Sit down, let me finish this. Then we can drop in on Senor Vector.
Senor Vector.
Didn't figure you as the type.
Go back to frying up tortillas.
Would have thought you'd
See you later.
Exotic.
What do you mean? What's there not to like? Noodles? Check. Synth sirloin? Check. Get some more chile action up in here, and you're looking at Mama Wells' signature sopa de fideos.
Mention something.
His enthusiasm is... It ought to be annoying, but he's kind of infectious.
Probably both, because you usually forget shit. But it just so happens, I think I might have bagged us a sweet-ass J.O.B.
Go on.
V just doesn't buy his bullshit.
Just that he's fronted by a little-known someone named Dexter Deshawn. Only the top fixer in Night fucking City. Fat-ass black Jesus of the afterlife. 300 pounds of partly gold-plated cool.
Thought Dex bounced out of the ring a few years ago. Messed with a nasty crew in Pacifica. Things got ugly.
Mm-hmm. Gang wars 2 years back. Somehow Dex got caught up in the craziness. There's a lot of bodies lying in the streets by the time the shooting stopped. Yeah, Dex got lucky though. Managed to slip under the radar till tempers cooled. Took a while, but...
It's so clearly for our benefit, not for V's benefit. All that chat. But whatever, I'll take it.
This is it, Jackie. Our break. Dex needs friends, needs us. We can use him.
Amen, chica.
These NPCs in the background. I'm fine with it. You know, it's charming when the game does stuff like that and there's two identical guys. That is the thing that the game does to reduce the load, I guess, on the machine. I think it is a feature you can turn off, but it will duplicate certain NPCs. It makes sense, right? You don't have to load the whole thing in twice. But then when you see them right next to each other, that sucks, and it totally breaks the illusion.
How did you manage to pull this? Trade in your spleen or something? As far as I know, we're not the type to get fingered by Dex.
You, me? Oh, but T-Bug, she's the one that hooked us up. Got us talking. Knew it was a done deal the moment he laid eyes on me. 'Cause come on, ain't nobody who can resist this. Am I right?
Sure, Jack. Whatever you say.
The way that his face falls slightly when you're like, yeah, whatever.
So what's the gig?
Whatever, bro.
You're meant to come out in one piece?
Well, our savior wants to tell you everything himself. Face to face. No pressure, but whole deal's riding on you now, chica.
All right. Let's hear what old Dex has to say. Set it up.
Dex is a real deal when it comes to fixers. Don't get me wrong. Don't got nothing against the Padre or Wakako, but Dex is an elite.
I love Euro dollars as well, is the currency. There's so many artifacts of the 80s when this was conceived that are still here. That is actually quite fun.
Hello?
No, really, no.
It's always the same story. You land on fresh turf, local fixer waves his dick around, but he's smiling, saying you'll be up to your neck in gigs and eddies. Still, all you are is another name in their little black book. Nifty tool for getting them a fat slice of whatever half-baked shit pie their client put on the table. Sure, you crack jokes over drinks, but in the end, it's biz. Gracias a Dios. Estoy lleno. Brought your wheels. Gave them to my guy yesterday to smooth over the dents.
So even though it's so much more sophisticated than a game like ESO, there's so much more tech that it has, it's so much more modern, yada yada yada, it still very much relies on the lock the character in place, keep the player here, and get them talking to an NPC that can explain what's up and what needs to happen next. It's very much... it's just how games are done. And I can see why. I don't think we'll ever break away from it. We don't need to. But, and, you know, interacting with something that looks like a real person, I get it. But the more storytelling, the more stuff we can get, which is like show, not tell, I think the more and more compelling video games are going to be.
Some top-notch work Miguel did. Rides like it looks. Factory new.
We'll see about that.
So we rolling or what?
Alright, folks.
Let's feel this factory new ride.
So we're going to raid back into ESO now. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Not a super long stream today, but we are getting back to it. We've got some stuff off the desk and out of the pipeline, which is good. We've got loads more stuff on the way. Some pretty exciting stuff coming up. But yeah, in the meantime, have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And hey, Vezok, have a good day tomorrow, man. And we will catch you again on Tuesday. We've got a big stream coming up this Thursday as well. Let's, who are we going to go and say hello to? Let's raid off to Herway. Let's do it. I want you guys to do me the 3 usual favors. Please say hello. You can spam a bunch of emotes. You can use a colorful language. You can say something in French. Herway's a friend, and he's a lovely guy, and he's doing some ESO right now. Secondly, stay with the stream for a little while. Let me see what he's up to. And yeah, thirdly, if you like what you see, give the guy a follow. He's awesome. So yeah, be on your best behavior. Make a lot of noise when we arrive in Herway's stream, and I will catch you guys a little bit later. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Bye.